please.
Carlson.
Here.
Hurtak.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. We're going to kick it off with 94.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Councilman.
introduction.
Wait, oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Hurtak.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yes, so some of you might have seen a young lady behind us today. So I want to introduce Anaya Firoz, and she is a rising senior at Tampa Prep, and she shadowed today, and she's going to be leaving after this. So I wanted to give her a chance to introduce herself and tell us a little bit about her.
Hi guys, my name is Anaya Firoz and I'm a rising senior at Tampa Prep. I'm interested in doing law in the future and I hope to do economics in college. I really enjoyed being able to shadow, and especially because they had the mayor's budget today, and I thank Councilwoman Lynn Hurtak for allowing me to be able to shadow with her today, and all of you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We really enjoyed having you, and best of luck in your senior year.
All right. Congratulations. Thank you very much for being here. Ms. Feely, item number 94.
Thank you, Council. Back to item number 94, we started the discussion a little bit earlier this morning in relation to the text amendment cycle, the request by staff to go ahead and pull out section 27178, which is the Ybor City parking regulations. Just to recap very briefly, it went on first reading June 27th. There were two motions made by council. One was in relation to putting the landscaping back in, and then also to meet with the Historic Ybor Neighborhood Civic Association, which we did. Myself, Eric Cotton, Susan Johnson-Velez, who's here with us today, Keith O'Connor, with code enforcement. We met with several of the members, spent some time together going through some of their questions and recommendations and some clarifications on the language. And after that, I myself went back through the ordinance and found some ambiguities. One in the compliance section at the beginning. We need two compliance sections, one at the beginning, and I want to take just a moment to go through this because I think there's some conversation out in the public that I would like to clarify. So we started the Ybor enforcement. We put lots under citation. Those lots then had the opportunity to come in and get the appropriate certificate of appropriateness if they had not. We have had several lots that have. However, there's a second part to getting a CA, and that is making the improvements to meet the code. So just because you got approval to do the improvements, you actually have to finish them. So on July 31st, we have 19 cases going to code enforcement on the Ybor parking lots. It is a mixture of conditions that are not being met, or the lot attendant, or other things that they may have gotten cited for during this process. So if they're going there and they say, oh, I have my CA now, great. You need to go out, make the improvements, and the lot needs to be in compliance with the CA as it is granted. And once that's done, we're going to clear the code case. But we're not going to clear a code case just based on you receiving a CA, because it may stay there forever without the improvements getting made, and the ultimate goal of this is compliance. So if you have a lot, you've gotten your CA, you've made the improvements, and you've been operating, you are now legal and you're in alignment with the code, and the new parameters are not going to impact that. You're operating under your permit, and that is going to continue that way. New lots, after this is passed, will be subject to the new requirements, which includes lots being a special use 2 and coming before City Council for a public hearing. So I just wanted to make clarification on that. The other section of compliance is that for paid lots that operate from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, will now be required to have a operations and safety plan. So, and those will start in January of this coming year. So there needs to be a second compliance statement related to that section and who that applies to that is not currently in this version of the code. So those two changes we are going to be making and cleaning up. There's also a Couple others, the landscaping. I wanted to go over that real quick. I did bring, I have some copies so that council can look directly at this while I'm going over it. So I was under the impression that the motion was to put back in what had been taken out and to restore the code to its current standards. And that's what we started to do, and through the discussions, and I apologize, again, I was not here on the 27th, we heard, no, there's supposed to be islands now required, there's supposed to be certain things now required, it's supposed to be the CBD standards, and I'm like, well, there's 3 sets of standards in the city's code right now. There's the EBOR standards, and for those go by lot size, there's the CBD standards, and then there's citywide standards. So which one was it? And without knowing that, I couldn't correctly modify the code for adoption today. So I do need clarification on which ones of these was the direction of council so that I may change that for the August 8th hearing.
Councilmember Hurtak.
For me, it was a perimeter with plantings.
Okay.
So I think that's regardless of size of lot.
Okay.
The interior islands, I think maybe for a lot that's larger than 7,500 square feet. But by and large, really what we're looking for is a perimeter of plantings. So we're not looking at just a full-on asphalt corner to corner.
Okay.
Does that work for everyone else? Okay, I hear no objection.
Are you good on that? Okay. Okay. Another topic that came up during further discussions was wheel stops versus striping, and that wheel stops should be required. We did look at that, and throughout the city, you are allowed to either have wheel stops or a mobility approved alternative, and staff would recommend that we keep that and not make it all wheel stops and allow it to be an equitable, standard that is just throughout the city and at the discretion of mobility for the alternatives. And then buffers was the last item I think needed clarification. Right now, the new version of the code speaks to buffers along alleys, and some people use those alleys for maneuvering and also fencing and site visibility. So that's one thing we're looking just a little bit further at to make sure that that language is clear as well. Oh, and one more thing. In relation to signage, a section of the code that says a sign at each entrance, that was recommended to be one sign at each entrance, and we do not have a problem with that, so we will clean that up as well. Now, that being said, we come back on August 8th with those changes in the evening. We would still have an opportunity again in between first and second reading if there were any last changes, but I did not want to come to you with an ordinance that after further review there was found to have internal consistencies, adopt that, and then be trying to fix things. I wanted to err on the side of us getting this and finishing out and just in a couple weeks being back before you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say thank you so much. This was a gigantic lift by you and all of your department and TPD and everyone. So I just want to start with a giant thank you. And I also want to thank you for this continuance to simply next month and not moving it to the next cycle. The community is very appreciative of that. I'm very appreciative of that. I know how much you all want to get this done just as much as we do. So I understand that. So I appreciate you and I, we have a meeting next week to talk about a little more about these. I think the last question I heard was about fencing. 3 to 4 foot is what's currently required. I think that is fine for EBOR. I didn't quite understand the alley.
So if you, let's say your property faces 7th, behind you is resi, but there's an alley in between. You can fence along the alley with either a 3 foot opaque or a 4 foot transparent. It's not a 3 to 4, but I think there were some concerns as to how that actually functions in reality with cars going down the alleys. So I think
Okay.
we were working with Dennis Fernandez on that just a little bit further to ensure that we are consistent with what's in the district.
Okay, I think that's great, and if, I'm happy if once we have a meeting, because I'm also meeting with the neighborhood association, if afterward, whatever comes out of that as we're moving on, if we could just pass it to all council members, then that way we can get some feedback if feedback is necessary.
Yes, and I believe by coming back on the 8th, we'll have to have this loaded into Sire here shortly,
Okay.
on base, sorry, showing my age, here shortly, so that we would have that first reading on the 8th, we'd have the second reading on September 5th, and that would be the effective date. So we're
Great.
just a few weeks behind where we are today.
Okay, well, again, thank you so much for all of the work on this.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Clendenin?
Yes.
Oh,
That's okay. Off topic, signage. I know you and I have had conversations about excess signage or inappropriate signage on a lot of these parking lots. Is there anything that's kind of reining that in, or was it just a matter of what reference specific to Ybor, or?
I appreciate that question. We did have a lengthy discussion with that. Like I mentioned, Keith O'Connor was present at the hearing with the the meeting with the neighborhood association, as well as the district supervisor for Ybor from code enforcement. It's really a code enforcement matter. The code is very clear right now. No signs on the right of way. You can only have one sign per lot, so
We
it
don't have to
really.
clean that up, we just need to enforce what we have?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, the message I've heard loud and clear from the neighborhood association, the neighbors, is they don't want surface lots at all in Ybor. And there are lots that are there that are grandfathered in, but they especially don't want any new lots. And so all, landscaping and all this stuff is better than not having it. But if there's any way, you can talk to them about what you could do, but if there was any way, even within a block or two of 7th, to prevent any new lots and push them farther out or something, they think it's urban blight, they think it's, they've said all this publicly, they think it's places for people to do bad things late at night, and so I wish there was some way we could address that underlying issue, which is not just about landscaping or security or whatever.
If I may respond to that for just a moment, I've definitely heard the neighborhood's message loud and clear. When I first brought this code change, I sought to prohibit lots, and that did not go over well from the multiple of parties. There was discussions about nonconformities, there were discussions about takings, so we have now changed it from it being allowed, permitted, to being a special use, which comes before you. So any new lots after this passes will need to come to city council for approval.
But if there's any, and sorry, I didn't have the long conversation with you about what the possibilities are. I understand that we can't do a taking, we can't take, if somebody has an entitlement, we can't take it away. But if someone's gonna have to come to us for a special use, especially within a couple blocks of 7th Avenue, I think what they're asking for is that there should be a really high standard. It's not the same, it should not be the same process as asking for a parking lot somewhere else. Anyway, we can talk about it offline, but I think underlying, they really don't want new ones.
Understood, thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak?
And I just had one more question, one more question that I wanted to make sure that I asked legal about this. Ms. Johnson-Velez? You and I spoke about this during lunch, but I wanted to make sure that I asked, and so that the neighborhood is clear on this. And I believe Ms. Feely did a great job explaining this, but again, I just want to make sure that legal talks about it. Right now, when the parking lots that are currently, I think she said 19 are going to the magistrate this month, as folks cure their parking lots, right now we have a landscape code in the requirement, correct?
That's correct. Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. Yes, that is correct. We do have landscaping guidelines in the code.
So
For
the
Ybor
current
City.
landscaping guidelines will hold for those that are cured right now.
That's correct. The proposed amendment proposed removing those landscaping requirements, but at council's direction, they will remain in the current code and after the adoption of the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Just
welcome.
wanted to clarify that so the neighborhood understands.
All right, I'm going to go to public comment for this item. Is there anybody here in the public that wishes to speak? Yes, sir, please state your name.
Steve Michelini. I'm here on behalf of 717 Parking, and I had a couple of things, but when council made a motion to only talk to the neighborhood association without talking to the businesses and the operators that are affected by that, they should be included. And I know that they're coming back and they've had meetings and et cetera, but you're asking businesses to undergo an expense and also to not have an input into what has happened in the recent revisions to the code. That isn't right. It's fundamentally against the property rights that are currently existing for those properties. Some of the things that you all have asked for do not comply with SEPTED standards. And the issue regarding paid versus unpaid parking lots is yet to be addressed. And when you single out a single operator or a type of business versus another, it flies in the face of what should be appropriate for all parties, not just one, or one side of one properties. Regarding signs, if you have towing signs on properties that are required to remove vehicles, that's a state statute that governs that, including the size and location and number of signs, and they have to be clearly visible from all entry and exits. I would urge you all to consider that when you're making motions, that you include the other affected parties and not just one side of the equation. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Feely, can I ask you just a quick follow-up question? If I remember correctly, the reason I asked you all to meet with the neighborhood association is because you had been able to meet with the business community, but you had not yet been able to meet with the neighborhood. Is that correct?
During this process, I think
Yeah.
one of the last presentations I showed you, we have had probably 12 to 15 different meetings on this subject over the time period with everyone. I mean, we have done our best to try to be equitable in those meetings.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next for public comment. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Alexandra Engadovich at 197 Corsica Street here in Tampa. And I work with the Florida Housing Coalition, and while I'm not speaking specifically on behalf of the coalition today, that has informed my understanding of housing policy. We work statewide with local governments on affordable housing and housing in general. And I'm here to state my support for these code reforms, specifically for the expansion of ADU allowances. And specifically with zoning reform, we know that it works, and we know that it is essential as a tool to get more housing supply and more diversity for the housing that we absolutely need here. And just want to cite an example from our neighbors in St. Pete. They reintroduced regulations for ADUs in 2007, have done a series of reforms since then. At the beginning of that, they were getting 1, 2, 3 units a year, and as of 2022, they got 84 permitted units, and I understand they've hit triple digits since 2022 now. So zoning reform works, it is essential, and I want to end on a personal note here. I'm part of a multi-generational household here in Tampa, in the house that I grew up in. So ADUs, while I don't have an ADU allowance right now, and I won't get one with this particular reform, I'm very encouraged by what we're seeing here with what's on the table today, with the hope that I can stay in the Tampa community, perhaps relocate to where I could build an ADU to further facilitate my multi-generational household with my lovely mother as that situation evolves. And the fact that it can be rented is a big incentive to go figure out how to finance and construct one of these units. So I absolutely support that zoning reform. I urge you to support it, and I urge you to consider further reforms down the road to make sure that these ADUs get built. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, next speaker.
Hello again, Tatiana Morales with EMB Tampa. Once again, I wanted to speak in supporting of more housing, legalizing more housing options, and especially with the ADU reforms going forward. These are the neighbors that very clearly said, we want it here. And as Ali actually mentioned, those very marginal ADU amounts, that's what we're getting in the city of Tampa right now. We're getting a lot of illegal ADUs in a lot of communities. I now have moved from North Tampa to Hyde Park, and even though I know my neighborhood doesn't technically support it, I am someone that is not represented in my neighborhood association that does really support more housing options. And so it is important to take in that sometimes when we do these surveys, no offense to the staff, because I do think they do a great job, you don't hear everyone's voices because we're a city of over 400,000 people. And it's really important that a lot of those marginalized people that don't have the time to come down here and say, we need more options, get represented. And so I think it's really important that as we move forward and pass this ADU reforms, that we try to see what are the barriers and neighbors are actually having that's stopping them from taking an illegal ADU and legalizing it. So really taking a glance at St. Pete, that's done an incredible job. But if you want to take a glance at a state that's done an incredible job, California has quadrupled, has gone over the moon on ADU production, and it has made a meaningful dent in the housing supply they need. So it is really essential that we look at this as reforms to go into the future and say, I'm not saying that South Tampa needs ADUs. I'm saying there's a big city above Kennedy that really does need more housing options. And so ADUs are an essential part of that. And look at those regulations and challenge yourself, because there's a lot of incredible data about how zoning reform and these reforms do make meaningful steps forward to address the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else for public comment? If not, I'll ask for a motion to close. So moved. Wait, yes, ma'am?
I just, before you do, and I know Dana has the ordinance for you removing the 178, I would ask, once you're done that, if you could please set 178 back for August 8th at 5:01 PM. And if we could be first on the agenda, that would be fabulous. I did check, Eric and I checked, I think you have 5 or 6 rezonings that night, so we'll try to get in, get out, and get you on your way back to your regular business, but we appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, could we have, before you do the motion to close, if we could do a motion to accept the substitute as presented?
All right, can we have a motion to accept the substitute? We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye.
And I believe, Ms. Crosby Collier, do you have anything you wish to address the council? The other thing is,
title.
okay, then the question is, with regard to the title is amended, but it is still legally permissible to go forward on second reading and adoption.
Yes, Dana Crosby Collier, City Attorney's Office. We are removing something from the ordinance so we can proceed with the title as amended.
So
With the substitute.
Motion to accept, motion for substitute.
We've already accepted.
The second reading and adoption.
Okay, so we have a motion to close from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. I left off with yes, sir? Question.
So right now, we're reading the substitute. Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand.
Substitute.
One that was passed out.
Yes.
That's the correct title.
I left with Councilmember Carlson. Would you like to read the substitute, sir? This is for item 94.
Just read this,
Nope, if you read the new one.
the summary of it at the top.
You read the title, that's
Yeah.
it. Motion to adopt on second reading.
Okay, motion to adopt on second reading, this, for file number E2024-8 CH24, substitute motion ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, relating to publicly initiated text amendments, making revisions to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 27 zoning and land development, amending Section 27-100 compliance with certificates of appropriateness, amending Section 27-117 compliance with certificates of appropriateness, amending Section 27-132 regulations governing individual special uses, amending Section 27-156 official schedule of district regulations, amending Section 27-159 permitted projections into required yards, amending Section 27-177 historic district established, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict thereof, providing for severability, providing effective date.
We have a motion. We have a second. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, now a motion to set this on the August 8th, 5:01 PM, first item agenda. Motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. We will see you August 8th. Now, let's vacate or not vacate some right-of-ways. For item number 111, we need to reopen this because we need to recite the entire title of the ordinance. Is that correct, Mr. Wigington?
Yes, sir. Ron Wheaton, Legal Department. Good afternoon. Yes, this is a request for council to make a motion to reopen file number VAC 2405 that was heard on June 20th in order to read the title.
All right,
And
we
to
have a motion to
revote
reopen.
and then to reschedule schedule the second reading. Please.
Yeah, she read the vote.
The results of the last vote?
Yeah.
For the,
Ordinance.
for the,
For what? The substitute?
we didn't read the results.
She did. Go ahead and read it again.
Well,
What was the
no.
results of the vote for 94 for
Oh,
the
yeah, I did.
substitute? She
Motion
did.
carried unanimously.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard it. So we have a motion to reopen this 111 from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. So 111 is reopened. All we need is somebody, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The hearing is reopened for 111. We just need to read the ordinance for first reading consideration. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind taking it?
The motion was reopen the hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't think there's a need to take any additional public comment. So
No,
at
it's
this point in
just to
time,
read
why don't you
the-
make a motion to close the public hearing and then read the title?
Okay, can I get a motion to close it? All right, we're, motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading item 111, the ordinance being considered for first reading?
File number VAC 24-5, ordinance being considered for first reading consideration. An ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a portion of Channelside Drive right of way located north of 3rd Avenue, south of 4th Avenue, east of Nuncio Parkway, and west of the merger between Channelside Drive and 4th Avenue within the platted Leslie subdivision, city of Tampa, Florida, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more particularly described in section 2 thereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, restrictions, and more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violation, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repeating conflict, providing for servability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda with a second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye.
Roll
Any
call
opposed?
vote?
You want to do roll call? It's a first reading. All right, let's do
We
roll
usually
call.
do. Okay, Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira. Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson. And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 22nd, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. We now go to item 112. We'll be right back.
Los Angeles Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 24-07. Get the clerk to share the Elmo screen, please. Thank you. Again, presenting file number VAC 24-07. This applicant is Tampa Tourist Club LLC. Representative's name is Adam Harden. Property address is 915 East Grant Street. This is a proposed vacating request to vacate Grant Avenue right-of-way located north of Hillsborough River, south of Van Dyke Place, east of Nebraska Avenue, and west of the intersection of Van Dyke Place and River Cove Street. This application was filed with the city on March 14th, 2024. The applicant's reason for this application is traffic safety. The right-of-way was created by subdivision plat. The existing right-of-way is approximately 10,616 square feet. Here's an aerial view of the proposed vacating. In yellow is Grant Street, Nebraska, Van Dyke, and the property owner's property is in red. Here is the subdivision plat where Grant Avenue was created. This is right-of-way mapping department's atlas sheet showing Grant Avenue currently. Is an image of Grant Avenue looking northwest from Van Dyke Place. An image of Grant Avenue looking southeast from Nebraska Avenue. Recommendation, staff does object to this vacating request. Easement reservations are required by wastewater, water spectrum, and TECO. The objecting department, water, staff is available with water department today if you have any questions. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, next.
Hello, Chad Bailey, Chief Engineer, Water Department. So the Water Department historically has issues with water mains on private property, both for access, maintenance, safety of all our field crews. This led to us developing the city code to require all public water mains to be located in the public right of way, so section 26-100A. Good examples of these issues that arise using West Shore Mall. So currently we have water mains all over West Shore Mall. This was installed decades ago, but you can see up here in the red circle underneath the parking garage on the north side of West Shore Mall. We have a main that runs straight underneath, right here. This gives issues for access, construction, safety of our crews. Once we have something on private property, we kind of lose the ability for regulation, access. The state statute requirements for safety are standards as well. You can see drawn in right here where the water main lies within private property. What happened is we don't know what is in the private property once these the mains are on there. We don't see it come across our desks. The parcel owners have rights to utilize their parcel land, so they can run private utilities, cable, electrical along the road. Along our mains. You can see we had a main break, and we were unaware of private infrastructure that was going, that did not meet our clearance separation, and we are unknown what the utilities are. So if this has happened to be gas or electrical, the safety of our crews out there repairing the main break on private property gets elevated. So with this, and I'll back up, with the maintenance, we no longer have the city standards. There's increased costs incurred for both time and money materials for restoring it back to the private conditions. So with West Shore Mall, you can see it's specialized concrete. We had to make sure we got the dye correct to make sure when we repave the concrete at West Shore Mall didn't mismatch. So with that, this water department, we did object to the vacating, requiring that the city's interest, the water department's interest in the land to be vacated was released. So we require that the main be abandoned in place and the ownership transferred to the applicant. We have addressed these concerns in the proposed language to where either the city staff can abandon it at the cost of the applicant, or the applicant can hire the constructor themselves and abandon it. We did put a 12-month time frame in there to get this done, if the applicant would like to do it on themselves, but we can do it for very low cost with our in-house city staff as well, to put as little burden on the applicant. No? Very open for any questions.
Any questions? Yes.
I'm just curious, because we haven't had one of these come before us.
Sure.
Or at least since I've been here. So what you're saying is that that the applicant is gonna have to reroute the water line?
No, in this case, I'll bring it up. The location of our water main in this location. It all depends on the situation for whether or not this water main is needed in the future. So here we go. North. So right here, here's the, I'll get it. Right here. The area to be vacated. The blue is our public water main. And so all the other surrounding parcels that abut this right away to be vacated, if this water main goes away, they still have water service readily available. You can see down Nebraska, or up on 9th Street, or down Van Dyke. So we're not losing water service for any potential parcels in case ownership changes down the line. So we're not robbing future landowners of service. We have no objection to the vacating as long as we don't own any infrastructure in there.
Okay, so we're asking the applicant to cap those lines.
Correct,
Okay,
correct, yep.
just wanted to be sure, thank you.
Councilmember Clinton.
So leave that picture up. So that, so what happens if you abandon that section within the yellow, what happens to that line that comes down Van Dyke and then turns on River Cove? Does that just become a dead-end stale?
Right down here, no, all the water mains are looped.
But if we cap that one in the yellow, what happens what happens to where your pinky is? Down,
This right, oh, the
no,
pinky
down
right
to the
here?
river, down to the river, yeah.
What we'll do, what actually works in the ground, we'll go down to here, this circle, which is a valve, and we'll just cap it right here. So yeah, this will be a short stub out.
So you'd loop it back into the other line?
We wouldn't need to because we have the loop right here already.
Okay.
And so this, basically from right here off, would be just a stubbed out line. But it wouldn't need to be looped anywhere.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, no problem.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Does that conclude the city's presentation? All right.
Okay. Yep, yes.
We have the applicant now come up.
Thanks for your time, guys. Adam Harden for the applicant, the Tampa Tourist Club LLC, which is, in this case, is just really me. I have a home in Seminole Heights and was interested in seeing something happen here. I had, at a time, had hoped to be able to purchase the old structure before it got burned down, and unfortunately, that happened. I'm going to circle back to this rebuttal of partially of what he said, but first I'd like to give you a quick presentation. So the site was an old public dance hall called the Tampa Tourist Club. It was later, during at least my memories, was operated as the Harbor Club, which was a jazz club. And, you know, it was one of the last places in Sulphur Springs, I think, for people to gather and hang out. And, you know, now we've got really one of the lowest incomes census tracts in the city, if not the lowest. And there really is little or no, you know, progress that I see. So I felt like this property could be somewhere that we could, you know, people could coalesce. We see the strength of that at Armature. I know that currently the city has the mobility department has approved plan segments to connect the walk-bike program from Rowlett to the Nebraska Bridge just south of this property, and additionally has permits in hand to connect that same trail from the zoo to the tower. So then there was a piece in the middle, which the city owns almost all the property from the Sulphur Springs Pool to the tower. And, you know, my goal here is to try to, you know, try to get that done, so, whatever influence that I have, so. I went through kind of the general public welfare, analysis of closing this. I realized this isn't quasi-judicial, but your legislative power and the, you know, the consideration, so, you know, we own every parcel on each side of the street at this point, so, one of the first things we've done once we acquired what I call the sign parcel, you know, the neighborhood has cleaned up the sign, landscaped it, painted the sign. I reached out to Charlie Adams, who's the current neighborhood president, and we've met. We're in fact working on what we think will be the first kind of activation here, which will be an outdoor community event, a jazz festival on October the 5th, and will be, you know, to support Kids on the River, which is a charity that's based up in Sulphur Springs. So that said, this almost so low I can't read. Let's see here. So Grant Avenue currently is a 30-foot platted street. We're asking to have it vacated. The frontage on Grant before you get to the intersection, on Nebraska before you get to the intersection with Grant's approximately 100 feet. The current Green Book standards would wants that site distance to be 305 feet. We've spoken with the mobility department about working on a quick build project here. Ryan Danger, who owns the Springs Theater, was nice enough to come. I tried to call everybody off because of the budget hearing this morning, but told him I felt like the letters would suffice, but he's here. And, you know, our thoughts are that similar to where Palm Avenue meets Franklin Street, that there would be a traffic calming and pedestrian safety project. So as part of that, we've agreed with the city to grant easements over a portion of our property.
That's upside down.
There you go, the yellow portion.
Turn it around, it's upside down.
Okay. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. So with this way being north, so we have the acute angle is in front of the theater. Currently, there's a weird three-way intersection there where Van Dyke and Sitka and Nebraska all coalesce. And then, of course, you know, at the bottom of the bridge, we have the 30-foot right-of-way of Grant that intersects Nebraska. So that, you know, cars that decide to hang a left on the bridge and, you know, vehicles coming over the bridge at 45 miles an hour, you know, have a safety issue. The city had requested, and, you know, this is separate from what's going on today, but we've agreed to grant easements over the apex and over and some additional space so that the bridge can be maintained. So additionally, you know, we found with the property that we're, it's been being used for, as a semi-truck kind of rest stop. I guess they're only allowed to drive 10 to 12 hours a day, and so they figured out that they can just cut through Sulphur Springs because of the big roads and park here. We put up signs and started to try to enforce that. Additionally, significant dumping problem. A few of the pictures, you know, probably $10,000 into hauling stuff off, but believe it or not, abandoned vans, boats, trailers, you know, in addition to the kind of standard furniture. So we're hoping in conjunction with, you know, working with Mobility to seal off the Nebraska end of Grant that will also put up some bollards and secure the property. So we communicated with the Sulphur Springs Action League and received a letter of support, which I forwarded to you guys. Additionally, we spoke with THAN, and they weren't able to have an official meeting, but we did get a letter from Carol Ann Bennett and Stephanie Pointer supporting this. And there's also a letter in the record from the owner of the Historic Theater, who I said is here today. I think it's pretty straightforward. It seems like the staff report was robust. With regards to the water issue, I think to answer your question is it eventually gets capped, and then the line through the property becomes a line that serves the property. So I think looking at it historically, there's a huge 16-inch well casing in the middle of the property, and as I've learned at the Heights, that in all likelihood, at some point, it was probably part of that city waterworks system, which was across the street. I get a little frustrated because, you know, a public easement, a water main easement, and the terminology is a water main right of way. It's as simple. It's like a 1929 Black's Law Dictionary definition, and the idea that it isn't is silly. So, you know, I own a large master plan development of more than 1,000 acres in Pasco, has the main Tampa Bay water easement through the middle of it. I mean, they call it a water main right of way. But, you know, to sit up here and show pictures of a parking garage that somebody obviously, I mean, that had to be a committee of people making errors there. It's not what we're proposing at all, right? So the ordinance has proposed that there would be no improvements or construction within the entirety of the 30 feet until the applicant, myself, relocates, caps off the water main under permits with the city. So, you know, to come here and like feel like you're getting ambushed with this nonsense of somebody, you know, it's just silliness. And again, I also annexed, was part of the team that annexed Heritage Isles into the city. There's plenty of places in the city where water mains are in easements, which are called water main rights of way. It's synonymous, it's the same term. It doesn't mean it's in a public street, but it means it's in an area that's restricted for that purpose. And, so the conflating of these terms is just silliness. I mean, what is important is that we protect the city, that Chad's concerns that they have unfettered access to the lines until they're disconnected are realized. And what's been put forward here is that. So I think that for the record, I would mention two more things. We obtained this draft ordinance when it was sired with the clerk, so we only had it a few days. We were able to work with Spectrum and TICO and have their easement conditions slightly modified. Those two emails were sent formally to Ron, so in between first and second reading, assuming that you give your affirmative approval today, there will be some minor changes. But, again, we did the lifting and made those calls and pivoted on our reputation for getting things done, and we're able to get agreements from both of those agencies. So that's all I have if you have any questions.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Hi, Adam, it's good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Question for you, for people that are listening or people that review this. So it's 10,000 square foot of city-owned property. Could you kind of explain to what your plans are that would be in the interest of the city for us just to give away 10,000?
Yes, sir. Well, I think first, respectfully, it's not city-owned property, so the fee in the platted right-of-way is held by the private property owner. So, and I think that the standard for consideration here is a general public welfare standard. I think it's outlined.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's what I was trying to
Right,
explain what that is.
I think it's outlined in 1978 Attorney General opinion, which I think kind of goes to the fact that this is just like a black letter situation. So, I think the context for the decision is, and I realize, what's in the best interest. So, the neighborhood association, the formal neighborhood association, I met with them, they believe that it's in the best interest to close it. So the overarching organization that represents all the neighborhood associations has looked at it. I met with them, they have sent you a letter and they support it. So, as far as the general public's opinion, I think hopefully it's reasonably represented there. The property, the Riverside property, the old non-conforming building was effectively hanging over the seawall. So that side of the property is really about 90 feet deep. So, it's hard to see scale, but, the property's not that huge. So recombining it, it's a 30-foot platted roadway, and, I think that same AG's opinion says that considerations like the city won't have to maintain it anymore is a consideration, which is obviously self-evident. The parallel infrastructure, there's also sanitary infrastructure through here was in place to serve this large dance hall, right? So, and the gas station, which we also own. We intend to combine the property, to clean it up, to secure it in a way that there's no longer semis accessing the neighborhood daily and illegal dumping going on, and then to start to, look at ways to activate it. So, we don't have a specific plan yet, but, I think that, we can look at how successful having an outdoor place to coalesce is at anchoring the north end of the Riverwalk, and and understand that we will come up with a good path forward for the property and keep the neighborhood in the loop. So,
I guess part of my concern again is still giving away an asset, and I fully believe that you have the best intent. But let's say you're no longer the property owner 10 years from now and it hasn't been developed, and what are we giving away for what? That's my biggest question is, are we giving away something that, and let's say you're not around for whatever reason, and who has ownership of that property?
I think the more important general welfare perspective on it is, I own all the property on both sides of the street, that my predecessor in title platted it for my benefit. So, and the utility departments have both told you that they don't need the utilities there, it's just additional things to maintain. So, there's, you know, it's an unsafe, you know, transportation route, so there is no public interest yet in it being used as a right-of-way that left. So, I mean, that's, I think, what we're looking at. It's,
are those properties developable, let's say, for housing without having this property combined, or is that property usable standing alone without the right-of-way?
right, I'm not sure that's a test. I mean, you know, so it's commercial intensive property that's at the corner of Nebraska.
Right.
And a bridge. So,
Okay.
well, I guess we have to ask ourselves, what vision do we have for that, and what meaning can it have to reactivating the historic theater and being, you know, and lifting the neighborhood? I think that's a question I would ask.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Viera, Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. Yes, no, I, as a side issue, I just wanted to salute you, sir, for your real commitment to Sulphur Springs. You talked about the poverty in that area, the need of development, an area with 3 and 4 children in that area living in poverty, and just in great need of city assistance. I was going to make a motion at the end of today regarding Sulphur Springs in the budget. And we've talked about it, obviously, different issues from a CRA potential perspective, City of Tampa budget, et cetera. But again, I just wanted to salute you for that, because it's folks like you that can really move the needle from the private sector in areas like Sulphur Springs. So just wanted to salute you.
Thank you.
Yes,
and
sir.
I won't get going on the pool.
Councilmember Miranda.
I just want to get my bearings straight, because I heard about the tower, but the tower's way west of this property, isn't it?
Oh, yes, sir. This
Tower
property
is
is,
the property
this
is
is the commercial
crossing
property.
the bridge on the right-hand side where the old theater used to be, that
Yes,
strip
sir.
of land.
Yes, sir.
How about that? I
It was
right.
the Harbor Club, across from Dog Track. Yeah.
And the city, what's the objection the city has? What is that under there? What is the context of the center? I saw 2 big areas there in the middle of the track.
Rory Jones, City of Tampa, Water Department Director. Really, the objection is that in the future, things get built over, and the examples you saw were things that occur down the road that cause issues with us, increase our costs, increase our liability and risk if main breaks nearby structures. It wasn't, we don't object to this. We appreciate you making this improvement. And we can remove this objection based on our recent proposal that we have submitted with this resolution. It just has a reverter timeframe with it. We just don't want to stick our ratepayers down the road with issues. And we support, and we can remove that objection with that time reverter.
Yeah, there was, if I may continue, there's only one that you brought that up that comes to mind that we did that. It was a big job. He had a warehouse close to Nebraska, not too far from there, about 4 or 5 blocks. And he signed an affidavit that any time that they wanted to break through at their cost, not ours, for us to do the repairs, we'll do the repairs, but he would pay for the opening of the hole because it was city property at one time. And that's how they came about together and did a contract. It was for a warehouse for plumbing. But he didn't know when he wanted to build the warehouse, when they went to get the permit, there was a strip of land under that was all due to the sewer department. And they made a commitment between those 2 entities, like you have right here, that if they had to go in to fix something, the developer, I don't remember all of it. I shouldn't say that I remember all of it, but I remember that only one that I know of. That was it.
And we understand that this is money out of your pocket, right? And this is not yet to that stage where it's profitable. So that's why we did add an additional 6 months on there in hopes that that would be agreeable to you, and we can remove that.
That's what I remember. The 2 parties got together, they worked it out. I never was involved, but I remember that case like it was yesterday.
Yeah,
The language he's referring to is in the ordinance today, so.
Yeah, I can tell you what's that if you want to look at it.
And I mean, today's example, there's no example that I know of in the way this ordinance is worded and the way any ordinance should be worded. Nothing's gonna be built over this water line until it's removed or private. So nobody's proposing that would ever happen. And a parking garage being on top of a water main is a completely different situation.
Councilmember Clendenin.
No,
So my question, I just wanted to make sure that, so when we read this and abandon this property, the concerns of the water department are taken into account when we read this, correct? Is that from
That's a
our lawyer team?
Ron Wigington, Legal Department. Yes, so the way that I drafted this ordinance, I was informed that the Water Department does have an objection, so that's first and foremost. However, should council overrule that objection, they would be comfortable with having certain language that allows the developer to have 12 months within which they have to remove the water line, and failure to do that would make the ordinance null and void and would revert back to the right-of-way.
So where is that language?
That is in section,
So that's in that, you've written that into.
section 4 of the ordinance.
So when we read file number VAC 2407, that's going to be included in that reading. We don't
As
have-
it reads now, that is correct. Now,
Okay.
there might be some changes between first and second reading. There's going to be a meeting next week. And so certainly there is a possibility
Okay.
for revisions to be
Just to
made.
make sure,
Currently, as it
all
reads
the-
right now,
All the bases are covered.
yes, sir, for right now.
Okay, okay.
Councilmember Henderson, did you have your mic on to speak?
I did, but I think I'll pass. Mr. Harding, thank you for your presentation. It looks like the old former White Harbor Club is on its way to, bringing some life back into a community that definitely needs some love. And I discovered when we were touring, what is it called that we just gave 75,000?
Stepping Stones.
Stepping Stones is right next to it. And when I was on that tour, we discovered that you had purchased the property. So this is just, it appears to be the road to some wonderful revitalization for Sulphur Springs. So I do appreciate that. And I can support your efforts here today.
Thank you.
Anybody here for public comment on item number 112? We have nobody registered. No, and I echo those comments. Glad to see that you own it, that you're the proprietor and you do good work. So in an area that needs it, this could be the beginning of a lot of good things.
Again, I want to make sure that the city may I ask the water department again, Roy, come up?
No, we didn't close it.
No, we didn't close it. What happens if something was to happen 5 years from now on that line that you have? Would it cost you anything to
We're liable
call?
for the damage and to repair it. And if this turns into an easement, we have no formal mechanism within our processes to review any improvements that are being made there. There's a formal right-of-way permit that someone would need to go through going down the right-of-way, but with a easement, we don't get that catch point. We don't understand what utilities are in there. We're responsible for all damage and to repair it.
Now, may I ask the attorney to come up? And it sounded like, I heard like a conflict between one said and the other said another thing.
I'm confused, because it doesn't seem.
You said there was something in the ordinance that would forbid us from getting,
No, it requires the developer to remove the water line within 12 months. The failure to do so would render the ordinance null and void, and it would revert back to the right-of-way.
would that satisfy the water department?
No, because it's not what he's after. So what he's after is to
Come up to
remove
the
that, and that's what we
microphone,
want
to the microphone.
We want his project to be successful, so we want that removed. We want to remove our liability, future liabilities, but accomplish the goals that he's after as well. So it's cut and plug, and that wouldn't be utilized, and we're willing to use our own construction crew as well to keep costs low.
That's what's in there. It says that it needs to be cut.
Please come up to the microphone.
I apologize. The ordinance says it has to be cut and plugged in a year, or the right-of-way reverts. That's what it says in it, what you're about to read. We've agreed to
I
that.
think it's clear. Councilmember Clendenin.
Okay, so what we just heard, so the ordinance, this is for the water department. So from what I understand, the way this ordinance is written, that they have 12 months to plug this, or we go back to status quo to where we are today.
Yes.
What's your objection to that?
No, that's, we would remove our objection. That was the proposed language we put in there
Okay.
to provide some sort of avenue forward. We wouldn't object to it if this reverts back. It's a checks and balance. Should
No,
things change?
I agree. I just wanted to
And
make sure that, because
trying to find,
I agree with Charlie. It was sort of I was seeming like things were going off the rails there for a minute. I'm going like, where is this going? But so we're all on the same page that if this city council enacts this ordinance, that the developer has 12 months to plug this main line, or the right-of-way reverts back to the city of Tampa? Yes, 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 right? Yes. Okay, very good, thank you.
Is there anybody here that wishes to speak? No?
So smart.
Can we have a motion to close? Councilmember Clendenin made a motion, second from Councilmember Henderson, all in favor? Aye. Councilmember Vieira, I left off with you. 112.
Move an ordinance presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning Grant Avenue right-of-way located north of the Hillsborough River, South Van Dyke Place, east of Nebraska Avenue, and west of the intersection of Van Dyke Place and River Cove Street, within the plat of Fanny Pride subdivision in the City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, is more particularly described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira and a second from Councilmember Clendenin. Let's get a roll call vote.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda. Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 22nd, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in City Council Chambers, Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pressman for item 113 had to step out for a call, so we're going to go to 114 and go back to 113. So we're going to take 114 now. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Please state your name.
Yes, good afternoon. Dana Crosby Collier from the City Attorney's Office. I'm here this afternoon regarding item 114. This is an ordinance for first reading that is relating to development agreements and how they're addressed in our code. The ordinance would codify, revise, and update development agreement procedures and requirements in Chapter 17.5 of the code, and then it will establish the 17.5 development agreement standards in our Chapter 27 Land Development Code. This ordinance was considered by the Planning Commission on June 10th, and the Planning Commission found this consistent with our comprehensive plan.
All right. Do we need to take any public comment on this?
No, it's just a first reading.
Okay. Any questions or comments from council members? If not, Councilmember Henderson, would you mind reading 114?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I move file number E-2024-8 CH 17.5, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, relating to development agreements adopted pursuant to the Florida Local Government Development Agreement Act, rescinding City of Tampa Ordinance Number 88-144 in its entirety and adopting in its place updated development agreement procedures and requirements, including notice and annual reporting requirements in Article 2, Chapter 17.5 of the City of Tampa Code, which Article 2 shall be entitled Development Agreement Procedures and Requirements, amending the title of Chapter 17.5 of the City of Tampa Code to Affordable Housing Development Agreements, Concurrency Management System, and Sustainability, amending 27-6 of the City of Tampa Code to include this ordinance as part of the City Land Development Code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date. I think I read one part over.
You got it.
A couple of times.
Everything okay, Mr. Massey?
Apologize, you all skipped quickly over to this, but thank you to Ms. Dana Crosby Collier for
Okay.
covering it for me, so thank you.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson. Who has a second?
You were eating chickada or something?
Second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Is that an aye? Yes.
Yeah.
Unanimous.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 22nd, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. in City Council Chambers, Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Okay, so the applicant for 113 is asking for just a few more minutes. Would you like to take a quick recess? And if not, we would go into these.
Well, 115 is
Long.
going into the whole design build of West
Yeah.
River. That's going to be long.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute recess,
Okay, I'll get some water.
and we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Let's take 10 minutes.
Fine. Welcome back to Tampa City Council. Roll call, please.
Carlson. Hurtak. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Miranda. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right, item 113.
Good afternoon, Council. Ron Wigington, Legal Department. Just for clarification purposes, because it just recently came up and it will come up now. When a department objects to the application of vacating, one of two things can happen. Either City Council can sustain the objection, which would result in the denial of the application, or City Council can overrule the objection and proceed with the application and approve the ordinance. If Council decides to overrule the objection, it is my job to make sure that I insert language into the ordinance that protects the city to the best of my ability, which is usually in the form of an easement. So that's how that kind of works out when there's an objection from a department. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Any questions?
But what the action the council just took, again, just for clarification, that language we discussed is actually, you already proactively inserted in there. So
Exactly.
the city is covered.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item number 113, Mr. Sammons.
Ross Sammons, Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 24-08. Get the clerk to share the on screen, please.
That's me.
Thank you. Ross Sammons, Development Coordination, presenting VAC 24-08. The applicant is 36th Ewart Commercial Yard Incorporated. Representative's name is Todd Pressman. Property address is 1603 North 36th Street. This is a proposed vacating request to vacate a portion of Fifth Avenue lying north of 4th Avenue, west of 36th Street, south of 7th Avenue, and east of 39th Street. This application was filed March 19th, 2024. Applicant's reason for the application is unused for extreme long time and access has been blocked. Right-of-way was created by subdivision plat. Existing right-of-way is approximately 10,616 square feet. There is a current code case in process, file number COD 24-397. Those violation details, objects placed on the public right-of-way obstructing an open street. This is the proposed vacating request in yellow, portion of existing platted Fifth Avenue. Property owner's property in red. Here is the plat where that portion of Fifth Avenue was created. There's an atlas clip showing that portion of Fifth Avenue between blocks 1 and 2. Here's an image looking east from North 36th Street. Again, the obstruction from the code case. Staff objects to this vacating request. Easement reservations are required by Transportation and TECO. Staff is available from Transportation to speak on their objection.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Could you go into a little bit more on your objections, on staff's objections? Thank you.
Melanie Calloway, Transportation Division. As Ross was showing you, the property owner owns this property as well as this property. This is the proposed vacated right-of-way here. We have an objection to vacating the right-of-way. My objection is this property here, when sold, because it will eventually be sold, though it is owned by the property today. Well, and if this is vacated, they will only have access to this substandard right-of-way. This right-of-way is only measuring 25 feet wide. 25 feet wide is very substandard, because how do you put in 5-foot sidewalks, 20-foot wide roadway? How do you put in TECO lines, all your utilities, water, sewer, and everything? It becomes very substandard. This right-of-way here is 50 feet wide, and it's important for this property to always have access to a public right-of-way. The property located here is the one that filed the complaint. As you see, the property owner here has been in this area and been using it as part of his property for many years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Which is the property that they want to,
Please turn your microphone on.
which is the property that they want to, for instance, the ones that got the lines on it,
Those are the ones that this petitioner owns.
but the one in the center is not the long one.
This one here, this is the proposed right-of-way. This is the right-of-way today. This is the one they want to vacate.
All right.
Thank you. Mr. Pressman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members, and I do appreciate the accommodation. It was unavoidable. I do have a PowerPoint for you. If we could bring that up, please.
Yeah, we have it.
This is vacation 2408. The issue is that this is a vacation of a remnant of East Fifth Avenue, and that's how it's stated in the staff report to you. The fact is, no one for decades has wanted it, or sought it, needed it, or used it. It is a leftover and forgotten little tiny remnant of a distant roadway that has never been connected and will not be connected. It's a piece of land that goes nowhere. And there's never been a single complaint raised in 20-plus years about this little piece of property. So as indicated to you, it's in the Ybor area, and it's between Adamo and East 7th. To the north is a rail line, and North 37th Street is to the east. You can see the yellow rectangle, which is the segment of land that we have before you today. Looking a little closer, one important element is that your Hope Village is directly next door on the right. That's what all those little squares are on the right, which is to the east, and again showing you the area to be vacated. And a little closer, subject site, again, the Hope Center's on the right. Now, very importantly, the same applicant owns to the north and to the south. So we have control of both the north and the south. Not all the south, but I show you as applicant, they own part of the south, which is part of the issue raised from, with respect to Ms. Callaway. And it has been gated, that is correct, there's not access through. And we submitted a survey, of course, of the area. Now, there is no more right-of-way to the east or to the west. Looking a little further out, it was originally part of Fifth Avenue, which is way over on 34th Street. And again, I'm showing you the site here. Even further back, this is the only roadway of Fifth. It goes nowhere else. It's not going to go anywhere else. It's impossible for it to go anywhere else. Now, looking on the other side on North 37th, there's no access. As you see to the north, there's a railway line. You can see that the trees and natural growth have been there for over 20 years. And again, Hope Village is on the east side. So on the very north part of that, it's been closed. That's on the rail line. And as Ms. Callaway has indicated, it's only 25-foot width of roadway, which is unimproved. It's obviously not a roadway, it's just a paper roadway, which is a substandard to be able to use anyway, for any use. So there's been no access for decades along North 37th. This would be where that came out, that roadway. That's certainly not going to be used or by anyone. Now at the bottom of North 37th, to show you it hasn't been accessed or used. In fact, one block south, there's a big do not enter sign, so that's certainly not going to occur there. No one has any interest. Historically, this is 2017, 2010, 2002. This is 1998. History in terms of no use, again, no one wants it, no one's used it, serves no purpose, not going anywhere. And the long-term owner also indicates that he's owned it since the 2000s. Now, with great respect to Ms. Callaway, she's indicated the staff concern is that southern parcel, but we own that. It's under a different name, but it's the same gentleman owns both properties. So we can certainly work with the city in an agreement that that parcel not be sold without the north property being sold, which makes sense because it's all one operation anyway, so we're open to that. The other issue, and that's showing the connection between, staff reports the objection is also that it may be used as a roadway connecting 36th and 37th for future multimodal uses, which we find a little bit difficult because I don't see why anyone would want to use 37th. I've shown you already that it hasn't been used and it's cut off. But more importantly, the Hope Center is a very highly secured area. It's barbed wire all the way around. Of course, these are unfortunate families and people who are having difficulties with their living situation. So the last thing you want is more people and vehicles having access all along Hope Center and Hope Village, where they're trying to keep that secure, and this would keep it tremendously secure. TECO easement is just for an overhead wire that's easily moved. That's not a big issue. We provide easements for that all the time. Natural resources just refers to Chapter 7 for design improvements. So again, really in summary, no one for decades has wanted it or sought it, used it or needed it. It's just a leftover one little piece of remnant, it's the leftover vestige of a piece of land that goes nowhere. There's never been a single complaint raised in over 2 decades. So with that, we appreciate your consideration. We believe that if we have your support, we can move forward with the city staff to put together an agreement or two that would allow this to occur and should be a positive movement forward. Happy to answer questions you might have.
Councilmember Hurtak, Councilmember Clendenin.
He was first.
You pushed the button
Yeah, I don't mind. Can you put your presentation back up and show the overhead of the property?
Show what?
The overhead of your property, your property. Tech department.
It's a nighttime shot.
Ooh, Todd Pressman's trying to take my spot as the comedian.
Oh, there we go. Okay, let's see. There's
That one, you
sev-
got that one right there.
Is that
so,
good enough?
Yeah, so your the person you represent owns the 3 folios underneath the yellow box adjacent to 37th, all 3 of those?
Yes, he owns all the north, and then in my orientation to the right on North 37th, those 3, yes, correct.
Right, okay, very good. So we're not there's not going to be any property here that's abandoned or isolated, right? Go back to that one again. There.
Okay,
No,
sorry.
one more.
Yeah,
there.
there.
Stop there.
with staff concern.
Yeah, staff's concern is
No, no,
that
keep
those
going.
southern,
Keep going to the staff concern one.
the staff's concern, as I understand it, again, with respect to Ms. Callaway, is that
there.
No.
these parcels would be sold on their own, and then the access for that parcel would have to exist on the small substandard road to the right, 37. So what I'm suggesting is
So I guess
because
we have a question for staff is why aren't all 3 of those parcels of concern?
Yeah, why just 2 out of those 3?
If you look at the staff concerned parcel,
Oh,
that's
so-
the only parcel where you can see here.
So you have,
This parcel here, right here, is the only one here. This parcel is this outline here. They have access to 36th Street, which is
Right.
fully paved. They actually have a portion to this street that's also 50-foot in width. This isn't 50-foot in width. This is 50-foot of right-of-way that they want to vacate. This parcel only has access to this parcel.
so it is all 3 folios, it's not just 2
So
of
this,
staff
it's
concern?
this one and this one.
Okay.
These 2 only.
Okay, so it is 3 folios, so it's not just the 2, okay. Gotcha, okay. That's it.
Councilmember Hurtak.
And don't go anywhere, because I had one more question for you. Mr. Pressman said there have been no complaints, but you said that this all originated from a complaint. Could you talk a bit about the complaint history for this property?
What I know about this property is the neighbor next door had put in a code enforcement complaint that the owner, the property, as you remember, the picture that Ross had put up shows that this is gated here, and the property has been gated and fenced in. The complaint was that there's objects, of course, obstructing the right-of-way, and that was the complaint. That was completely correct. That right-of-way may not be unimproved, but it is still public right-of-way. And, you know, just for an example, Trash Street, if you talk about property that we've had as city for many years, Trash Street. Trash Street used to be a public right-of-way. It was a roadway that the interstate deaded into. They thought, you're never going to do anything with that. The interstate's right there. It dead ends into the interstate. You're never gonna do anything with it. DOT is now paying millions of dollars to put Trash Street through. So planning at one time, you might have not needed it, but future planning, you never know if you're gonna need it. That's why it's important to reserve right-of-way for those type of things. But in this instance, This property is only a matter of when it will be sold, not if, when, because nobody lives forever. That property won't always be owned by him. So that's important that this property always has access to a 50-foot right-of-way, not a substandard 25-foot right-of-way, but 50-foot right-of-way.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody? Yes?
So, Mr. Pressman, why would it be in the public interest for the city just to give away, again, I had the same question for our last vacate, because I'm always skeptical about giving away property for nothing, because it's in the public's, unless it's in the public's interest. Why would it be within the public's interest for us just to give a private landholder this land?
With great respect, if I may, I do need to correct the record, because Ms. Callaway is correct. There was a complaint made by the neighbor, but subsequently, my client has communicated to me that they've had communication with that neighbor. I haven't, and that they were not an objection. I don't know if there's anyone here today, but that's what I've been told third hand, so I do want to correct that record. To answer your question, I really don't, I hear a question about serving the public, but I would suggest to you that this is a unique situation where there is no possibility whatsoever of public use of this parcel or of this remnant land. It clearly was planned to be a roadway, and there are, if we go back to the PowerPoint, in the situation that Ms. Callaway referred to, that may be the situation, but here we are 2 complete blocks away on one side, and there's none on the other side. There's actually no, as far as we can see, it's very clear that there is no possible public purpose here. It's been used and operated by this landowner for more than 20 years with no complaint until just very recently. So I would suggest to you that the criteria or consideration, my opinion only, I don't get a vote here, is that it's a question of other circumstances and other issues to be evaluated on why this should be vacated.
Yeah, it seems to me that, the buildings come and go. I mean, even that Hope Village property, I mean, it could be redeveloped, and there's an awful lot of opportunity there for who knows what the future holds. I don't know. Thank you.
Well, I think it's a question of a future potential use, and clearly there is not going to be a potential roadway here. But if you apply that to every land use vacating, then there's no reason to bring any land use vacating forward. There are reasons and functions for vacatings, and we believe that we meet them. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? If not, I have somebody registered. Brian? Is Brian on? Okay.
I am.
Hello, Brian. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Tampa Council members. I represent Heritage Shores, which owns the property directly abutting the subject right-of-way to the south. I'm here to voice my opposition to the petition to vacate. My client's preference is to keep Fifth Avenue open so they can continue to access north of the property and park around that warehouse. In order to understand why my client would object to this motion, it's important to understand how we got here today. Property to the north that is petitioned here is owned by 36th Ybor Commercial Yard, Inc., an entity that's not registered to do business in Florida, not found on Sunbiz. The property owner uses this property as a junkyard and truck park. They've polluted their property already, requiring monitoring wells on my client's property. That property owner, the petitioner, has already closed off Fifth Avenue for the last several years, placed junk cars on the property illegally, expanding its junkyard on the city property. Not only have they closed off by placing concrete barricades to block off the street, they've also taken over the right-of-way, not just the street, but put those barricades right up against my client's building, which has caused drainage issues, caused some rust issues on the panels. So we are in objection to this. As a result, my clients have had to pay to clean and regrade the land with fill dirt and a backhoe. And my client has very little recourse because the property owner is an entity that doesn't exist. It's for that reason we filed a code enforcement complaint is really one of the few avenues we had in order to get this area clear and to get the junk and the concrete barriers off of my client's building. And so we filed this petition. The neighbor then filed this petition to resolve the code enforcement issue. I'm asking the city council not to reward this bad actor by granting the petition to vacate. My client has concerns that if the south half of the Fifth Avenue reverts to it, it's going to be under Florida law responsible for the cleanup of what we expect is contaminated property because the remainder of the petitioner's property is contaminated. For those reasons, my client would urge the council to deny the petition and maintain the buffer between the properties, continue to allow for access, drainage, and no liability for the pollution of others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the public here that wishes to speak? If not, Mr. Pressman, do you have rebuttal?
Yeah, I do want to state on the record again that I've not spoken with the neighbor on the south, and what I communicated to you was third hand from my client of what his communications have been. So I want to be very clear and precise on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's nothing further, is there a motion to close? Wait, Councilmember Miranda. I did.
Sure. Motion to close?
Yeah, we can,
Yeah, we can do it after we close. We can always open it again.
motion to close from Councilmember.
Just so council knows, and the petitioner knows, and I have a copy for the petitioner if he wants. It's a 2011 memorandum, and Mr. Wigginton's very familiar with it, written by Julia Cole, that sets forth the standards for reviews of applications for right-of-way. And on the second page is the criteria. And I'm going to give a copy to Mr. Pressman and a copy to the clerk for the record.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Hurtak with the second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
What is the pleasure of council? Councilmember Hurtak.
I was gonna think about this until I heard that the neighbor doesn't want it, and to me, that's always enough. So I'm going to make a motion that we do not approve file number VAC 24-08 due to criteria number 2, an abutting owner's access to property will be completely cut off or substantially diminished as a result of the vacating.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak with the second from Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah, can I also just add to that, to your motion that it does not serve a public interest to vacate the property?
Sure, I believe that is criteria number 3,
Okay.
correct? So we're adding criteria number 3 as well.
That's acceptable to the second?
Second.
All right. Roll call vote?
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
No.
Carlson, Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda and Carlson voting no.
Thank you very much. Item 115. We need staff for 15, 116, and 117. Mr. B-Day.
Afternoon, Chair, afternoon, Council. Vic Bide, Director, Mobility Department, and I'm joined by Richard Mutterback with Contract Administration, Justin Vasky with Legal, and a couple of mobility staff members to address items 115 and 116. This is a significant project and a grant associated with it that was approved by council in 2022. This project is unofficially called the West Riverwalk Project. And what it does is builds out an entire network by activating the river and introducing safer multimodal connected features on Rome, on Platte, parts of Columbus, and others. We had a very detailed presentation about this project at the June 20th meeting. I'll be happy to provide additional details. This morning, you've heard from Walk Bike Tampa advocacy group, of course. The mayor emphasized how this project wasn't planned in isolation. It's a connector project that connects to other projects within the area that are either active or in completion stages as we speak. On June 20th, you heard from the CBAC and their recommendation for this project, and also from the West Tampa CAC the CRA-CAC, Carlos represented them and shared his support. More recently, again, adding to this project and to highlight how this isn't in isolation, we've worked with our partners at Hillsborough County, and as part of yesterday's budget approval, it included the signalization of Rome and Columbus. That will be funds from the county transferred to the city, and the city will build that signal. And that does, again, impact and enhance this group of projects, including the West River Walk. It does impact economic development, benefits it, certainly moves our Vision Zero and mobility goals forward, and it introduces and activates the river where we have key affordable housing and other public investments as well in the West Tampa, Grand Central, UT, and adjacent neighborhoods. And most importantly, it's a neighborhood connector for neighborhoods north of the interstate and south of the interstate, and north of Kennedy and south of Kennedy. So all in all, it's a high-value project. It has significant community benefits, and I'll be happy to take any questions at this time.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I don't really have any questions. I just want to reiterate the reasons I think this, while the project is excellent and I think it's a great project, why I don't think, I would vote to simply reduce the scope of this, reapply for the grant, and rebid it. That is the way I think this should go. And the reason I believe that is because we started with a $24 million grant. We got $6 million, which was 25% match. 25% match, very reasonable. But now we're looking at, I believe if, I'm gonna ask Mr. O'Hara quickly, what is, again, if you could just simply go over the cost now, which started as a $24 million project with a $6 million or 25% match.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, good afternoon again, Council. Dennis Rahero, Chief Financial Officer.
It's nice to see you again, twice in one day.
All right, nice. I'm twice as lucky. Good to see you all also.
You're welcome.
Right. I have a visual or two that I'd like to run down. Again, I'm a visual person. Here's where we are right now. If you don't mind me, can you see it? Great. Thank you for putting it up, y'all in the back there. Again, you've got the uses here, almost $57 million. The confirmed sources, as you just referenced, ma'am, $24 million for the grant, and community investment tax, the current community investment tax for $6 million. It's about $30 million, and that's great. But again, as you also said, about $27 million short. Right now, based on what we know, I know there has been discussion, will likely be more discussion in the future about CRA contributions, for instance, and additional funding from the federal government. But right now, what we know is we've got a $27 million shortfall, and realistically, the only way to address that is financing, as we've talked before. And then, of course, if you throw that potential financing against your deficit, you end up with a net zero.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Kopesky, I have been working with you on this for a little bit, so I have a couple of questions for you as well.
Pedro Kopesky. Oh, no.
Oh, no, you're right.
Tampa Council, Budget Analyst, City Council.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And then welcome for your first.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Inaugural.
Yeah, as our budget season kicks off. So you and I talked about, and if we could borrow your, Mr. O'Hara, your lovely breakout,
Sure.
that would be great. Thanks. If we could just take a look at that. So my concern here is, it looks like right now it's going to be, if we're just going to round, we're going to use round numbers, $57 million. And if we put $6 million from the community investment tax, our remaining obligation is about $27 million.
Right, correct.
Now, Mr. O'Hara, before, and July 20th, or I'm sorry, June 20th, gosh, whole month has gone by, said that the finance cost for that would be about 25 million, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I believe I also have that, if you'd like it.
Okay, no,
No,
we
you
can in a
did?
minute,
Okay.
but I want to get through this point, but then yes, it would be nice to see that. So basically, the 27, if we're just going to talk this remaining obligation, 27 million plus that 6 million is 33 million, correct?
Yes.
And if we take the 33 million, so now instead of the grant is still 24 million. Instead of the match being 25% or 6 million, it now goes to 33 million, and that would be about 137.5% match. Am I correct?
So I think, let me just correct one thing. So the updated cost being 57, the grant being 24. You are not including the 6. I was thinking that we probably would want to go ahead and, because we already had committed to the
Yes,
initial 25%.
I did include the 6,
So that
yes.
gets us down to 27 million. I think I know where you're going. The 27 million in relation to the original 24 that we're getting from the federal government would have been closer to like 115% of an essential match from the city.
So instead of our 25% match, we now have a 137.5% match. Now, if we take that 27 million and we add the $25 million in interest, we now are at 52 million.
Right.
So this is a $52 million cost to the public for $24 million of getting some of our money back.
Correct.
$52 million over 24 million, to look at our percentage, is 217% match. It's going to cost us 217% of that grant in order to get what the grant was supposed to cover to begin with. Is that your understanding?
The math is correct, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're
That
50.
was my point, to say that we are just completely over leveraged in this grant. And my big concern about this is that we cannot continue to accept grants where we're not going to be able to match. This reminds me of Hannah Avenue, in that we started with something and then we kept going and we kept going and we kept going. And now we're basically to the point of no return, and you're saying we have to give back this money. But right at this point, we're going to spend more than twice as much of that money just to make this project happen. And to me, as a steward of taxpayer dollars, that's simply not acceptable, which is why I want to reduce the scope, reapply for the grant, and rebid it. Might be a smaller portion of it, and then we have to go back to the federal government. But basically, we're not, folks up here have said we're giving away $24 million, but we're not. We're taking what we weren't going to spend money on, and now we're going to spend 216% more for something we didn't have to begin with. And I'm absolutely opposed to that. And as far as the CRA goes, nothing has been approved yet. The current CRA budget for this fiscal year, which I asked Ms. Moody for before she left the city, the budget for West Tampa is $8.9 million. That's what they're getting this year. So if we're getting $5 million from that, we're only leaving them with $3.9 million. They had one of the lowest TIFs of all the CRAs. Their TIF this year was only 4.5%. We have TIFs that range from -1 all the way up to 19%. That, by the way, was East Tampa. We don't have enough, they don't have enough money, they don't have enough increase to take money away from them, and I won't do it. Thank you.
May I-
Councilmember Carlson, then Clendenin.
Yeah, I agree with my colleague. This is not about being for or against a Riverwalk on the west side. Obviously, the Riverwalk on the right side has been beneficial, although the numbers that were originally presented were completely false. Billions of dollars of investment because of the Riverwalk. The reason why there's billions of dollars of investment is because of the river, not because of the Riverwalk. And they had been planning on building in some of those places for a long time. But so I'm not against the Riverwalk. I heard, by the way, I don't need a response right now, but I heard at some point UT was against a section of it. But the The issue here is how it's being paid for and how much it is. If you look at this project in isolation, it's a great project. But you have to go to the public, which we have to do every day, and ask, what do you want? And what the public clearly says is they want their roads fixed, and they want the parks fixed, and they want other basic services fixed. The mayor even said this morning, our job is to maintain and fix the things that we have, and then we can also build some new services. But we can't build, she didn't say this, but we can't build the new services with money that we should be using to maintain the old services. And unfortunately, we've not found another funding mechanism for roads and parks. We're woefully behind. I think they were starved for a long time to justify tax increases, but right now we're stuck. We don't have a way to fund them, and so we have to figure out how we gonna fund this. This $6 million, is that slide still? Can you put the slide back up? You kind of said this, but this $6 million in community investment, that's still tax money that we can use on something else. So we're automatically deducting that. I don't know if that was included in your $52 million, but I mean,
It was not included because we're not going to be bonding it. That's the only.
yeah,
reason.
but it's
33 total.
It's 27 million remaining obligation plus 25 million, so that's 52. Plus the 6 million, that's 58. The 6 million is money that we could use on something else. By the way, the grant money, I know people at USDOT also, we can go back to them and talk to them. That 24 million we could have used on something else. If it was 20 million grant and 10 million matching, I would approve this in a second because that's a really good deal. But the way this is set up now, our public is on the hook for $58 million. And this administration seems to push PEP. This is a PEP project. It's a great project in the concept of it, but we can't afford it right now. You don't go out and buy a brand new car if you can't afford to pay your house payment. Right now, we can't afford to fix the roads, and we've got people fixing, there's all kinds of marketing slogans out there, but the reality is that there are roads falling apart throughout the city. We have dugouts for kids who are playing baseball where things are falling on their heads and we can't repair it or fix it. We can't just spend money like this on pet projects. We need to focus on what we need to do. The other thing is that really it is also about subsidizing developers. Somebody wants to develop that west side of the river north of University of Tampa. By the way, there's a school there, which is going to be a problem if somebody wants to develop that. But that gets back to the edifice complex again, too. We measure success based on big, new, shiny buildings. Somebody wants another 50-story building, but on the west side of the river. And instead, we need to measure success by the quality of life of our people. And it's not very good. By the way, the survey that was presented this morning, I've been through that survey. I think every year I pull public records on. It's not a valid study in really looking at the attitudes of our people. There are lots of other polls that look at what people think about our community. And sure, there's a positive attitude about it, but there's a dissatisfaction with the level of service of the basic things like roads and parks. We cannot spend on things that we want to have when we can't spend on things that we have. Last analogy, if you can't afford your medicine, why are you going to go buy a new car or a new house? We need to fix the things that are basic. We need to be good custodians. The mayor talked this morning about being fiscally responsible. If we're being fiscally responsible, we won't spend this money on this now. We will either do pay-go, and we're not talking about 30-year pay-go. It's not that much money. We split it over 5 years or 10 years. But it doesn't make sense to bond it. The bonding means we're wasting 25+ million in interest. That's just going out to bondholders somewhere else.
Councilmember Clendenin.
I hear what my fellow council members are saying, but they're missing one important element, and there may be another project that comes up that I'd be echoing the exact same sentiment that they've just said. The difference between this and some of those others is return on the investment. Historically we have examples of that all over the city of Tampa. We invest, and the return is sometimes 4 or 5 times what we've invested as return on the investment through TIF funds. So I look at this as not a one-time expenditure that we have to put out and we're not going to see ever again. Once this project is complete, It's going to revitalize an area that has been historically ignored. It is going to provide a walkable north-south corridor, a bike area for people north-south corridor. It is going to improve the quality of life and the aesthetics for a large swath of folks that are living in an area that don't have the same quality of life that some of our more recently developed and improved areas have. So we need to start spreading the enhancements across all parts of our city, and this is just one element of that. Obviously one of the problems we've experienced cost escalation. Well, the city of Tampa can't help that. It is what it is. Bond interest rates have gone up, so the cost of borrowing is a little bit higher than we would like, but still not that, man. I saw that budget presentation this morning, Dennis, and I was actually pleasantly surprised about the interest rate that you project on that. I mean, it's a little bit lower. I mean, a full point lower than I would have expected just a couple of months ago. And hopefully with the Federal Reserve, maybe we'll see a little bit more relief. We can't count on that, but maybe we will. I've spoken with West Tampa CRA representatives, and they're all in favor of this. They also believe that it's transformational for their neighborhood. Just the connectivity, I'm passionately about transportation. Vic will tell you I beat him up on that stuff all day long. But I think this is an important area to enhance our mixed modal transportation. Would I like it to be less expensive? Of course I would. Do I think it's probably in line with the cost escalations of what we're seeing across the city? I do. I also don't think it's an overly ambitious project. I don't see a lot of, the current Riverwalk has a lot of bells and whistles. We're not seeing those kind of bells and whistles of this. It's a stripped down version. They're investing kind of the minimum amount for the maximum amount of return. Hopefully, maybe as time goes by, we'll be able to bring it up to the same standard the east side will have, but you got to start somewhere. And again, I think I look at this is an investment in the city of Tampa, and I agree with Councilman Carlson, and I'm also frustrated about, we have to maintain things, we are woefully, here's pave our damn roads. We've got to build the sidewalks, pave our roads. We're doing a good job on our pipes project for the people that sat in these seats before I did. All the flooding relief, we're doing pretty good in the city of Tampa compared to our co-workers in our other cities. They should be envious of our infrastructure improvements that we're making. It's costing us money, but it's the right thing to do. It's the right direction. We have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. So yes, we have to maintain our things. I think we're going to go through this budget and find some areas that we're going to have to shift some money for some maintenance. But we got to budget this high this morning to go through, so I think we'll be able to find something. But I think this is the right move for the city of Tampa. It's the right time for the city of Tampa. It's more of a spreading the equity and the quality of life in every corner that we can do. Thank you.
Councilmember Vieira, you were next.
Yes, sir, if I may. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's funny. I mediate a lot of cases in circuit court, and one of my standard opening lines that I always say for the parties is, I go, there are things in life that are black and white, and that's true sometimes, but often in legal cases, there's a lot of gray. I always say that, which is that each side has a good point, et cetera. On this, there is some gray there, but I think that the good far outweighs the bad. Councilwoman Hurtak and Councilman Carlson have done a very good job of talking about the negative, and their objective view, it outweighs the good at this time. And I'm not meaning to put words in their mouth, by the way. It just appears to, as I hear it. And, in my opinion, the good outweighs the bad on this, on a number of issues. As Councilman Clendenin wisely said, this takes a look at an area, West Tampa, that has been neglected, in my opinion, for far too long. I've thought that West Tampa as well as North Tampa are two areas that are generally neglected by the city. In West Tampa, an area with such tremendous history, this, as our friends in the CRA have said, will go a long way in helping West Tampa. We had some safety advocates and mobility connectivity advocates come today, and they've come to us before and say that this is a project that moves things forward on this issue for West Tampa. Those are things that I think outweigh the bad. And I'll talk about the bad, because we can't ignore the bad. No reasonable person should. We're looking at a $24 million grant from the federal government, thanks to the hard work of our Congresswoman Kathy Castor, who always does a great job. $6 million in CIT money. And I have a question. Out of that $27 million, how much are we expecting to get from CRA with our consent, if that can be opined on?
Sure. Thank you, Councilman. So the memo that I've sent their CRA requesting is for $10 million. We're working with staff right now to get on the CAC's agenda. I've had conversations with some of the CAC members as well, and I will reflect the positivity that you shared, Councilman, with the project as well. And I think both you and Councilman Clendenin kind of summarized it well, that there are downsides, certainly, but when you look at the significant upsides to some of the points that were mentioned, quality of life, safety, access, equity, environment, we know that this works just looking at the existing Riverwalk. And studies have been done well after it was built, demonstrating its success as well. So we do anticipate this to be a very high-value project.
So, and again, I want to make sure that I'm not wrong in my math here, because it's been a long week. So if we do get the $10 million from CRA funds, and we can ask for more potentially, we're talking about $24 million from the Fed, $6 million from CIT, $10 million from CRA. Correct me if I'm wrong, would that leave bonding at about $17 million?
But then, sorry. So potentially, we may have additional positive news from the federal budget as well, so that would again reduce the burden. And I would like to reiterate what we'd mentioned on June 20th, that we have had a lot of success, both with the state and Washington, with getting additional funding for high-value projects. We're not going to stop that effort with this project. We're going to stay on it.
So if my math is correct, presently, without any additional CRA money, if we do get the $10 million, we can't take that for granted, without any additional federal money or any other dollars, the bonding of the project would be about 30% of the project being bonded right now, if my math is right. I'm doing 17 million out of 57 million.
That'd be about
In the head, it's about right, yeah, 17
My
over 50.
whole man, more.
About 15 million for investment.
Yes, and I'm saying that money bonded.
So 32 million bonded.
Yeah, yes, no, I'm saying that,
32 million total.
and if I may, I'm saying that that's the number that we're going to start off as being bonded. So before we're talking about interest, as Councilwoman Hurtak wisely said, we're talking about 30 million or 30% of the funds that will be bonded, and of course resulting in additional interest. And that comes before any additional federal grants, any additional federal, or strike that, CRA dollars, correct? So we could even be looking at better dollars. So for me, long story short, this is something where the good outweighs the bad. Is there bad? Of course there is. But when you look at the real significant impact this is going to have for all of our city, particularly for ignored area, West Tampa, and we're talking about 70% of the dollars coming from CIT, coming from the federal government, coming from CRA, again, the funding mechanism is something that is worth the negative. It's worth certainly the positive impact we're going to get out of it. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Miranda, then me.
Thank you so much, Chair. First of all, thank you all for your presentations. I really appreciate it. Just even based on our presentation prior to this and even today regarding debt services, we're in great shape. We have an outstanding rating. So when staff comes to us and says, this is something that we can bond, I'm listening to that from the standpoint of it is long-term debt. And the long-term benefits of a project like this is understandable to me. We are rebuilding the inner city. And this is for me, I look at it from the standpoint of this is an outdoor city asset, not like the museum, not like the Straz or the convention center. The community has access to this at no charge to them. And it's an opportunity to connect communities walkable in a beautiful way. And it just elevates our city, not just for the current residents of the city of Tampa, but also for the guests and the visitors who bring economic opportunities in terms of their dollars in spending. When they come visit, they come to the Riverwalk. this is just one of the destinations that they go to that doesn't cost them anything, but it benefits us because they're living in our hotels, they're eating our food, et cetera, et cetera. And so I see it as the long-term debt is worth it, along with the grant opportunity. Kathy Castor, we appreciate that. You know, the dollars that are coming in, I understand that. I know that we have to spend money, and this is just one of the instances where I feel I can support it despite, you know, some opposition. I do understand that, but there's also an opportunity to continue to apply for grants. So that is in our favor. And I don't think that we should stop this project. The good outweighs the bad. Our kids are gonna help us pay for some things. That's just the bottom line. And we've done it with other projects, and this is an opportunity for everyone in our community to see the benefit of the connectivity and have access to this, and it doesn't cost them anything in terms of money out of their pocket on a regular basis where they're losing the lunch money for the kids. It's not like that. Yes, our children are gonna help pay for this project, but it is definitely gonna be worth it because it'll be around for them to enjoy as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I sit here and I listen. Anything that doesn't cost anything, you don't have to pay for, because it's worth nothing. So let's go back in history. The Strads. You know, that was taken to a public vote, and the public voted it down. Yet the governor had the foresight to form a group and start collecting money and start building it. Now, what would you do without the Strads downtown and without the convention center that also costs money, and the Marriott Hotel that costs money? What would you do without those three things that spurred the development in a long way to make this city today what it is and what it's going to be? So here are people that are paying for that in a way, and now we can give them an opportunity to have a better life, to see some progress, so they themselves feel like they want to progress with that avenue that they live in. So we look at the CIT tax, and guess what? We collect 15% of it. Do we generate 15% or more? I'm not going to say. You can figure it out for yourself. Nobody's bitching about that. I'm talking about myself when I say that. Let's talk about the parking around the stadiums. All of it's given away. Nobody's saying anything about that. Let's cost the rentals for 30 years with not a penny increase. Nobody's saying anything about that. Let's talk about anything that's coming up now when this vote comes up. What things happened today in St. Pete? I don't know what happened over there, but I can tell you.
Approved.
Approved?
Yes.
Thank God it's them. But what I'm saying is that this is just the wrong way of doing things. I understand, I appreciate the numbers that they brought up because they're factual. I agree with them. But there's another side of this that has to do with the ability of lifting up hope from someone who might be despaired, living up, hey, I live in an area, look, I can walk here, I can do that. You know, when you have nothing, you're happy. But if you have something and you're not happy, that's when we have a problem. A lot of people in this city don't have much. And yet, this is costly. But this is going to give that family an opportunity to continue to walk instead of driving to the beach somewhere where they don't have the money to get to. They can walk and see all the beauty and give somebody an incentive to get better what they are in their life, especially the young kids with their parents. This helps everyone. And believe me, I don't like to preach, but I can tell you that I would not be voting for this if I thought it was just bare concrete and a rail and forget it. Nobody's going to use it. It's, if I remember, and please correct me because I make mistakes myself. I made a mistake once and I was wrong. But the Riverwalk is the #1 Riverwalk in the country, I believe.
It was voted that recently by one of the.
So what I'm saying is, if you look at things that people don't have anything, that you're giving them an opportunity, I think you even have lower crime. You have people speaking to each other instead of typing and looking at a computer 24 hours, 28 hours a day. And if you look at medical studies now, even the scientists are saying that, you know, 3 hours a week is enough for the kids growing up to look at that, to go out and learn what life is about. You'd have happier people. So I know how I'm gonna vote. So I just wanna say that's my part of it. I can go on more and more, but I'm not gonna just throw out negatives. It helps the society around the course of what you do. If the president of Tampa University just became when he was president 40 years ago or 30 years ago, and he didn't do anything new, University of Tampa would have been gone long ago. But he did something. He started building and getting individuals to buy into his plan. And it's now bigger than Princeton and Wake Forest and enrollment. And it's not only that, it's got an excellent education system. So, I mean, you got to understand where we are in history today. If Columbus never had the money to get on the ship, Europe would have been real crowded. But thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate everybody's comments because on all sides, you know, I agree. I understand their points. My question is, well, first a statement. I like a good deal. You know, I don't like, and I had this conversation at lunch, you know, I don't have credit card debt. My one credit card offered me 0% interest for 6 months. Hey, you know, I mean, it's free money. It's free layaway for 6 months. As long as you pay it, you don't pay interest. My question is, because I see the community investment tax money at $6 million here, and I know it's there's more to this. The CIT is on the November ballot. Before we go to approving or voting for bonding out the 26 point, you know, whatever it is here, $26.855 million, do we have to, or coming down to 17, not talking about, you know, CRA and whatnot, before we go to financing, can't we, let's say we approve the item 115, can't we wait to approve any kind of bonding to see what happens with the CIT, to see if we can do like a pay-go instead of having to bond something and give so much interest away to the banks, where we can use more CIT money should it get renewed and say, hey, you know, instead of paying X amount and millions of dollars in interest, try to, again, get the best deal. Is that something that we can do? For example, vote to approve 115, but hold off on doing any of the bonding? Because it says here, debt approval anticipated late 2024. What does late mean? Because November 5th is the election, and that's when we'll know.
Understood. No, a very reasonable question, and we've asked it ourselves. My understanding is it's a logistical urgency, and I'll defer to Mr. Bede from the vendor, from the contract. We are trying to let a contract, and we can't let a contract unless we have the funding appropriated. Appropriating it prior, if we're, you know, in other words, if we're relying on a successful referendum in November, and it's either going to be very good news, in my opinion, or very bad news, we can't appropriate the funding. Again, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Mr. Bede, but my understanding is there is a real sense of urgency from a vendor, from a contract perspective, which is why you have the contract and the adjacent financial resolution.
Now, here's another thing. We approve it all today, but the CIT passes in November. Can we look at the CIT then and say, okay, let's try to pay down this this anticipated bonding to save ourselves millions of dollars in interest? As Councilman Carlson made a few comments regarding, you know, I don't have a problem with the project. If it was done this way and it wasn't bonded, then it would have been a different situation. Again, going back to my credit card at 0%, or I have another card, it's at 2.9%. That's reasonable. It's not 25% interest. You know, I just want to get the best deal for the taxpayers, because as much as we can save in interest, we can put that money that we're going to be basically giving to the banks, we can use it to pave roads. We can use it to fix the dugouts and the parks. I mean, now I'm citywide. It's not just I was a district representative. Now it's you go south of Gandy, you go south of Bush, you go up to Alaska, District 7. You know, I mean, the city has a lot of needs, and as the city continues to grow, I mean, there's a lot of maintenance. There's a lot of deferred maintenance. I just hate giving money away to the bank. You know, you're just enriching the wealthy instead of saying, hey, we have that extra money that we would be anticipating spending. We can pave more roads with it, build some sidewalks with it. So that's all I'm saying.
No, absolutely, and if you'll indulge me again, I have another Elmo if we could put that on screen, because we have talked about this in some of our briefings, we've talked about this internally among the departments of the Revenue and Finance, and we have, as you see here, of course, it's a big question mark, community investment tax renewal. Further to your question, you'll recall, right now, the plan is for about $88 million in parks and conservation facilities if and when that tax takes effect. And you see some of the other things we've mentioned. It's either 3 or 4 million that Congresswoman Castor is trying to attain for us. There is the $10 million or some amount that could potentially come from West Tampa. Future local, state, federal opportunities, as Mr. Bide has said. So there's a couple question marks in. The bottom line is whatever this number ends up to be, we will not finance because there'll be no necessity for financing. But we have to appropriate it, right? We have to, again, my understanding is from a logistical and performance perspective, we have to make a decision today. The short answer is we would come to City Council with a financial resolution appropriating a different funding source for part of this, and by the time the non-ad valorem bond comes to City Council, you'll see that portion removed. We just can't count on it right now.
Okay, so Councilmember Hurtak mentioned how much money was being requested for, taken from the West Tampa CRA, saying, you know, they have X amount of dollars and we're taking this much away from them. The Riverwalk, this new West River, does it connect to the existing Riverwalk by way of a bridge, like the Fortune Taylor Bridge? Can we walk out of here and go to the Kennedy segment, go north, and then cross the bridge to connect to this new West River span? Would it be a continuous connection?
So, as conceived right now with the design, all of the underbridge segments of the Riverwalk also provide connection to the bridge itself, with the exception of Kennedy Boulevard. But that goes right along UT where there's access, and there's a potential segment from the developer south of Kennedy.
So if you and I took a bike and we left, you know, we departed from the Kennedy segment, we said we're going to cross Kennedy to University of Tampa to the new span of the Riverwalk, correct?
Correct.
It is basically connecting the existing Kennedy segment, the existing Riverwalk, to the new West Riverwalk. The point that I'm making is we're looking at the West Tampa CRA, which is one pocket of money. But the Riverwalk touches the downtown CRA, and it goes into the Tampa Heights, you know, the Armature Works segment. Can we take money from those segments since it is part of a larger puzzle, instead of burdening West Tampa with so much money and saying, you know, because downtown CRA has so much more money, saying, hey, can we do that? Are we allowed to?
So it only touches one CRA boundary, which is West Tampa CRA.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like the interstate, you know, it goes all through the city. It goes West Tampa to East Tampa. So because it touches the West Tampa CRA, we're only allowed to touch that bucket of money.
Correct. And the CRAs aren't the only way we can augment current funding. I think, you know, to the point made earlier, what's in front of you right now needs to be locked in as a full amount so that we can proceed with the contract and avail of the grant. But our journey to find additional funding does not end out there.
Okay.
We're already in process, and we'll look beyond the CRAs as well.
Okay, then my one final question, is there a way that we can get you, the administration, to commit to, should the CIT be renewed in November? I saw, $88 million over the life of the CIT renewal, that we would look at earmarking $10-15 million of that, so we don't have to bond everything. I'm trying to brainstorm different areas where we can look at.
Understood. We can make that commitment with one major caveat. Should this funding stream be successfully approved, of course, the funding isn't available for a couple of years. It will depend upon the need to spend money, again, based on the project schedule, the success of that project schedule, et cetera. So I want everybody's eyes wide open. We will be constrained by when this funding will take effect, and it's a couple years out.
Now, let me ask you another question, sorry, last one. When you bond something, is it a 30-year term, is it a 10-year, a 15-year, a 5-year?
Yeah, we'll
What's
typically
the
go with
flexibility?
I'm sorry, we'll typically go with a 30-year, that's best practice, and has been identified as the most efficient, especially for a significant project.
And do we have a penalty if we pay off those bonds early?
It's a very good question. Typically, again, because investors are giving the money forward, typically they'll want a 10-year period where you cannot call the bonds. They want to get their investment, at least for a period of time, before it goes on the market.
So at the very best, if we say after year 10, hey, we have the money, the CIT is successful, we can pay off those bond early, earlier than to the 30-year, if there's that 10-year caveat, and therefore saving us who knows how much interest.
Yeah, we could call it, or refinance, and we've done that in the past, but typically there's a decade where they want it untouched.
Yeah, so at least a 10-year commitment. Typically, we don't know the terms yet, but there are opportunities to save more money down the road.
There.
All right, thank you very
Yes, sir.
much.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, Mr. Councilmember.
Yeah, I just wanted, because we can't talk about it privately, so I just wanted to kind of, what you described on your concerns, you're missing that really important element of the amount of TIF that we're gonna get out of the investment. So this is not one-way money. So we're gonna invest this money, and then we're gonna get a return on that investment through increased tax revenue on property valuations and development along these areas. So, I think that's part of maybe where your concern is. It's not just one-way money. So we're gonna see, this is an investment that's gonna have a return on the investment, and I imagine by the time we got to that 10-year mark, it's gonna be, I know there's statistics on this, like for every dollar that's invested in this type of infrastructure, what is the expected rate of return on?
So for this particular project, I don't know, but across the other side of the river, where we have the current river walk, a report put out by the Downtown Partnership years after the Riverwalk was built estimated over $1 billion in return for that investment. So you're absolutely right. This is an investment that provides return. And it's an investment in multimodality, quality of life, and safety. So yes, we have transportation needs. This adds to those transportation needs. And it's a very selective investment that moves a lot of our elements that we mentioned: safety, equity, transportation, and affordability. Affordability is really critical because that's the second largest line item in the median household budget after housing.
And think about that. When I first came to Tampa, Channelside and Water Street was, it was warehouses and adult bookstores, and and we weren't getting a lot of tax money on that. But we had some people that before us, Mayor Sandy Freeman, and a former governor, a mayor that will name nameless. That I know, but I don't speak his name because he flipped. But the people that had this investment, these ideas. We have the aquarium, we had the streetcar, we have all of these investments that were made. That you talk about billions of dollars in investment. I believe that if it wasn't for those, and there was a lot of opposition. Charlie was there. Think about the people that thought that the aquarium was a silly idea at the time, or all these things. But and then there wouldn't be a Sparkman Wharf, there wouldn't be a Water Street, there wouldn't be a Channelside, there wouldn't be any of these things without that investment. And we're talking billions of dollars. And I can't imagine what the taxes that we're receiving with the development in downtown and in Channelside and what's soon to be Gasworks and Ybor City. It's just a crazy amount of money. It's a $2 billion budget as opposed to a $500 million budget back then. That just didn't come from anywhere. So this is money that is going to be. It's an investment. We're going to get a return on this investment, and it's going to be a positive return for the taxpayers in the city of Tampa.
Before I go to Councilmember Hurtak and Carlson to respond quickly, I ask these questions because I'm always looking for the promo code, the free shipping, the extra 10%. Wherever we can save, we should look. And I know that you do that, but I'm just trying to think of whatever opportunities we have, so we're just not giving money to that bank, in that interest that we can put to good use. I support the project, but again, I just want to, make the best financial decision that I can. Councilmember Hurtak, Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you.
I already did this morning.
Well, and that's sort of the point here, because right now, we aren't voting on, this is a hope. What's on this paper is a hope for the 13 million. It's not a guarantee. We're voting literally on what's in front of us now. Because we could put anything in front of us and say, well, we hope we can get more, and we hope we can get more, but we have to vote on what's in front of us now. And that the big elephant that's throughout the entire budget, and Mayor Castor commented on it a little bit, is CIT. CIT is gonna do everything. I feel like we should be very conservative in our budget this year, because as Mr. O'Hara showed, when we looked at the CIP, he had all the fire stations, and he had them boxed in green, and he said, that depends on what happens with the CIT. Well, guess what? CIT doesn't pass, we have to pay for all of those fire stations, and we're gonna have to bond. I wanna save that bonding room in case. And I wish I could say that we know it's gonna pass, but I saw yesterday there's a million more Republicans as opposed to Democrats now registered in the state of Florida. Those folks are conservative. They don't want taxes. Hillsborough County's been going that way. If this vote goes the way of the commission, we're not getting that money. So I think we need to be conservative, and it to me is not conservative. We have I'm really impressed with the amount of space we have in our bonding capability, but the chance of us having to bond all of those fire stations and then all of these other needs is what really concerns me. And I'm also concerned about the conversation between on return on investment, because return on investment to some people can mean money. But for me personally, I would want to look on the return on investment. Why are we not bonding all the problems with our parks? Why aren't we bonding all the fire stations right now? Why aren't we bonding to finish paving? To me, those are the return on investments that make our citizens' lives better every single day throughout the entire city, and not this small portion. So if we're gonna bond, we're talking about return on investment, we should be bonding for parks, fire stations, and paving in this budget. No, it's not. Well, and this is, I still have a couple of minutes here.
Yes, ma'am.
In addition, West Tampa CRA does not touch this entire project. So I'd also like to, the West Tampa CRA does not touch all of the boundaries. And what we know about the CRA is that money must be used in the boundary and must be very carefully portioned out. So I wanna know what we're doing on that. For me, I know people keep saying the good outweighs the bad, but I hope I hear that when we have a conversation about that $50 million we wanted to bond for housing. We got the room. I'm hoping to hear that when we have that conversation later. Because if we can't have the conversation about bonding for housing, which is a true need in this community, then we shouldn't be having this conversation. Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson.
I agree with everything she just said. First, I want to mention that Mr. Beatty talked about a report by the Tampa Downtown Partnership, and I don't remember if I saw that one or not. But one of the reasons I went to graduate school is to learn how to shoot holes in economic impact numbers, and there's not a single one I've seen that I haven't been able to shoot holes in yet. But if somebody's saying that there's $1 billion in even economic impact, but much less tax impact because of the Riverwalk, it's completely false. I'll hire a team of economists to say that's false. It's what I call afterthought justification to try to justify something. Downtown, if you want to say that there's billions of dollars of investment because of the downtown partnership, yes, I agree with that. Or because of the special services investments and other things, yes. There are other things that have contributed to downtown, but not the Riverwalk on its own did not. There are a few things that popped in. Maybe you could give credit to Four Green Fields for being there, but besides that, there's very little that has happened because of the Riverwalk. It's just everybody wants to live on the water. Developers want to develop on the water. And so I hope that we stop using those numbers completely. If you look at ROI, if you take the SPP investment of $100 million from the CRA, you could say that there's a direct correlation between that investment and the ad valorem taxes that they spent off. I don't like that kind of analysis. I think it's inappropriate for looking at government use, but you can make that argument. You could say that it spurred development, but building the Riverwalk, that SPP did not happen because of the Riverwalk. These other developments did not happen because of the Riverwalk. So when you talk about ROI for this, what's the empty space there? Where's somebody going to develop? One of the big spaces is Blake, which has been discussed behind the scenes by a lot of people. I remember when Blake was moved, what was it, 30 years ago? It was very controversial. The community that went to Blake did not want it moved. And there's some space around Blake that's supposedly, I don't know this firsthand, but supposedly the city has been trying to sell it or something so somebody can build 20, 30-story condos there. So if you build this and then somebody builds a 30-story condo, you could kind of say that right now there's no development because unlike the rest of downtown, but still, why would that be your goal when there's so many other places and areas that you can develop in the city? If you took this money and invested in West Tampa, you could do so many more things. Really, there are a couple choices here that we're looking at. One is how much debt, and so there was a long discussion that Chair Maniscalco was talking about, is about how to reduce the debt. That's a great solution because that could save us $25 or more million in interest. But the other thing is, what is the opportunity cost of the $58 million that taxpayers in Tampa are going to put into this? What's the opportunity cost of the things we could have done? Where else could we have spent that money? The community is telling us loud and clear, fix our roads, fix our parks, fix our basic infrastructure, give us sidewalks. Walk Bike Tampa was here supporting this today, but if we gave them a choice and said we can spend $58 million on sidewalks, fix most of the sidewalk problems in the city, and build crosswalks to make it safer, or we can build bike lanes throughout the city, and from an ROI, that is much more impactful than building one small project. I am in favor of building a West River Walk eventually, and if it's pay-go, but the cost of debt is really high. The opportunity cost of neglecting all the other things that we've been investing in is really difficult. The last thing is that well, let me just say this also. You all are talking about different ways that you can pay this off. All of that is in the future. I can't imagine an administration that already has approval for bonding capacity is then going to suddenly cancel that and pay it off and use that capacity on something else. I don't think it will ever get paid off. That's not a prudent political or economic decision. So we're going to be stuck with this debt into the future, and whatever new revenues are going to be used on something else. But the last thing is that, just like all the examples folks gave about other great projects that were invested, this administration already has several trophy projects that they've spent money on. $220 million office building when you include everything, $100 million park, and now an $80 to $100 million Riverwalk. This administration already has enough they can put in their video in 2 years. We don't need to spend this money now. There's so many, on its own, it is a great thing. It'll be a great asset for the community. But there's so many basic things that we need right now that we should be spending this money on. We don't have autism areas or disability amenities and parks throughout the city. Think about the things that we could spend this money on. It's not the right time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miranda, were you first, or should I go to Councilman Henderson? Councilwoman Henderson, then Councilman Vieira.
Yeah, I just want Mr. Herrera to respond a little bit regarding the budget. If the public is listening, I don't want them to think that we're not addressing our infrastructure needs like sidewalks and roads and pipes and even housing for that matter, as well as our parks. Those things are also a part of our budget. It's not like we're doing this project and ignoring everything else. Let's just take even sidewalks, for example. Even if we bonded sidewalks, could we do it faster? It still would take an enormous amount of time for us to build out all of the sidewalks that we need. To finish the pipes project is going to take us years. And so we have to explain to people constantly, or at least I do, we can't fix the road until we fix the pipes. Whatever. It makes sense to fix the pipes, because if we fix the road, then we're going to have to go back and tear up the road to fix the pipes. So we are constantly explaining this to the public, and I don't want the public who's listening today to think that we're ignoring our infrastructure issues just for this particular West River, multimodal network. So please address our budget as it relates to the other things while we're trying to support the growth of Tampa and what was the word, Councilman Carlson? What did you use? What did you call this? A trophy project? That is, I believe that's a clear exaggeration of the mental health of our community. It's just unfair to call it trophy. That is how families, like myself as a single parent, I had to take my daughter outside for free to have fun. So please don't look at it as a trophy project. Look at it as an outdoor, beautiful health space that gives everyone an opportunity to share in it, not only the Tampa community, but also our visitors. So please address the budget from that perspective.
So, Councilman, great point on having various needs, and we have to balance all needs and invest in all of them. And I'll speak to transportation initially, and I can touch upon stormwater as well. But by no means are we ignoring our needs out there. Our needs are vast. The MOVES plan does identify $2 billion in worth of needs as of 2022 estimates. And so that's not going to happen overnight, certainly. But in the meantime, a few items from now, I'll be providing an update on our paving and sidewalk work that we have done. And there's some really good information on how we have significantly ramped up both, and I look forward to that report. On the need for crosswalks and bike lanes and all of the things that are also needed to reduce transportation costs and improve affordability. Similar to this project, we have the Safe Streets for All implementation grant that, thanks to council, you all approved. That grant was $20 million. We had a $6 million match to that grant. 75% of those funds are going to be spent in underserved communities, communities with high childhood poverty, communities with lower access relative to car ownership, more transit dependency. And so that is also part of this strategy. And all of this comes together, and in the next 3 or 4 years, along with the West River Walk, we're going to see a lot of these investments made. These are not being ignored. What we do have in front of us is an opportunity with significant infrastructure funds available that we can leverage to reduce our costs. So we're already being financially responsible by bringing in these grants, and yes, costs have gone up, but the opportunities are still there. They're just not there right now as we speak, but this is a long-term progress.
Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Let me ask you all, so that the $3 million by Congresswoman Castro, that has been formally requested?
It's been requested as an earmark. It has not been approved yet, and so we don't know if it will be that or a lesser amount or a higher amount at this time.
Absolutely, yeah. And so let me ask, I don't know who would know this, when would we approve the $10 million prospectively as CRA? Does anybody here know?
So
September, okay, so coming up, okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, and let me ask you, and by the way, my position when it comes to West Tampa CRA, this, number one, it appears, correct me if I'm wrong, the board supports this?
I don't know that.
Okay,
And-
so-
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the process is that the department makes a request to staff. And this was per the June 13th process that this board, as CRA board, approved, that the primary department works with CRA staff. The CRA staff then schedules a presentation with the CAC. And the community will consider this. And absolutely, we will present what the benefits are directly to West Tampa relative to the request. And that was specifically asked for by the community as well. So our presentation will do that. And depending on how the community votes one way or another, it will then come to you all as the CRA board for approval or denial.
And I would think that up here, we do have the votes for CRA funding for this initiative up to $10 million. So, again, like I said, there's ways that we can build on the negative on this by making it better. And I certainly do think the good far outweighs the bad. If we do get that other you know what, I'm not going to talk about the $3 million because we don't have this, so why even talk about it? But yeah, and again, we've had a lot of big projects in both the CRA as well as the City of Tampa budget that have been controversial. Some that maybe some people say, hey, I wish I would have asked more questions. I wish, and I think as a council, we all learn from our mistakes. I won't get into specific projects, but there are some where I go, boy, and I think we all feel that way. I wish I would have asked more questions. So I think this is a very, very good process and whatnot. But again, you got to look at whether or not the good outweighs the bad. Most projects, there is something good. I think about some of the bigger projects I voted against, and the CRA voted against another $10 million to the Museum of Art, the $25 million for the Strat Center. Obviously, a ton of good there. I just thought, in my opinion, looking at what we could use those dollars for if we capped the downtown CRA, the bad outweighed the good. Was there a lot of good there? Absolutely. So I don't think anybody ignores that issue whatsoever. So that's all. Thank you.
How many igloos could you have bought for that, for Alaska?
Many.
Who would like to
Motion
move?
to close.
There's no need to motion to close. Is there a motion to move item 115?
I move item 115.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson, Hurtak,
No.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson and Hurtak voting no.
Yes.
I have a question. Councilman Vieira brought up a really good point about, things that, what we learn from different projects. And for me, what I think we need to learn from this project is what went wrong with the federal government. So what I'm asking for, I make a motion, I would like for your department to provide all the communication between you and the federal government so that we can kind of decipher what went wrong. Again, I'm not putting any blame anywhere, but obviously we all need to learn from this, but if we don't know about it, we can't learn. So if we could get that communication back and forth between you and the department, about how long would that take for you to get to us?
I'd say a couple of weeks.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
So,
if that works.
so
and-
if that's okay, I'm gonna make a motion for you to email that to us by August 1st.
May I just request, if that is a motion, and by all means, we'll send all of that, because it's public information, of course. You mentioned the question, what went wrong? And I don't think anything went wrong. All I think is prices increased over time, which raised the cost of the project, similar to any other initiative relative to that. And the question that was in front of us, of course, it's been voted on now, is even at this cost, is this project valuable enough to provide returns to the entire community? And staff's position on that is it is, because it hits upon so many areas of the city's need. These aren't wants necessarily.
And I understand your position, but my position is we went from getting a grant 4 years ago to finalizing it now. So to me, there is something that went wrong because it took 4 years for us to get here. And if we had actually done what we needed to do in 2020, maybe we'd be in a different spot. And that's what I'm saying. Again, I don't want to pontificate on what type of things happen. That's why I'm asking for the communication so that we can learn from it. So as council, we can figure out, hey, we just got a grant for the seawall in Palmetto Beach. Like, there's no way. Yeah, we did. But there's no way we can let that go for 4 years. So I'm sorry, Mr. Shelby, did you have a recommendation for me?
My recommendation is you rephrase and reframe your motion to be more specific as to the types of documents, the period of time, and what it is you're looking for, rather than a characterization of them.
Okay,
rather
sure.
than a subject
How about
matter.
this? The documentation from the beginning of the grant project, which is, I'm guessing, 2019 to 2024, between the federal government and the representatives from the city of Tampa, anyone from the city of Tampa who spoke pertaining to the West River Rock grant project. This particular grant, which is with the Tampa Multimodal Network and Safety Improvement Project, whatever name that you went in by the grant.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, and then Councilman Vieira.
Yeah, I really appreciate that for Councilwoman Hurtak to look at things in terms of the future, et cetera. Number one, the way it was brought up in terms of something going wrong, I don't feel comfortable with that in terms of posture with the federal government as well as substantively on the issues. I would be much more comfortable on this in terms of an individual request and rather than something coming from council, particularly with our relationship with the federal government. I don't think that's the most productive thing. I think that an individual request could accomplish the same thing. And I don't want to turn what is a win in our relationship with the federal government as to something that could result in scrutiny from us to them.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Yeah.
Roll call.
My light is on for discussion.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Yeah, I was kind of thrown off about the verbiage, what went wrong. If it's just asking for communication, of course, we're entitled to that as public record, and I can support it. And she did modify that, request to take out that verbiage just to say asking for the communication. Comparing it to what happened in Palmetto Beach, our governor did slash the budget and take away the $1 million that was appropriated at the last minute for the seawall. And Kathy Castor did give us $1 million, so I just want to clarify that because I said no in a little bit of an outburst. I just want to clarify that as well. But I can support her asking for documents.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify for you. I was talking about the, I believe, $24 million grant we got from the federal government.
Right.
So
for that.
yeah, not the million.
No, I know, but you use that as an example.
Sorry.
And I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Carlson. Roll call vote.
Vieira.
No.
Miranda.
No.
Carlson. Hurtak.
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira and Miranda voting no.
Thank you very much. Who would like to make a motion for item 116? Motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. Roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
No.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson and Hurtak voting no.
And finally, 117. Motion from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second? Second. Second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
No.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Henderson.
Oh, whoops, sorry, yes, I apologize.
117 is not related to this.
Sorry, yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda. And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right. All right, item number 118, we have we just have to receive and
Thank you,
file, is
Council.
that correct, Councilman Vieira?
I don't see you.
At new business time? Okay, so motion to receive and file 118? We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? All right, Mr. B-Day, item number 119, you are to provide a 5-minute quarterly update as to when Havana Avenue south of Martin Luther King is gonna be repaired. What other questions do I get? Yeah, Havana's terrible. Terrible. I know that we have MLK to Hillsborough. We had money from the federal government there, but
Yes.
south of Havana is pretty bad. Anyways, I'm
We-
just throwing that out there.
No, absolutely, and Vic Bide, Director of Mobility, here to speak on item 119. Council requested a 5-minute quarterly update on paving and sidewalk activities. For the record, the request for Havana is noted, and I will pass it along to our team. Our criteria, of course, is pavement condition and equity for our in-house paving process. So I'd like to highlight again, our operations team, transportation operations, has done an outstanding job in adapting to additional resources, but also in a short time frame, turning out significant production. I have some statistics related to that. The team leads, of course, are Brian Roger, our operations manager, supported by Mike Brown and Jarrell Turner, and their teams that do a lot of this work. So I have a diagram here that basically shows in FY24, after council approved additional resources, and we're very grateful for that in recognizing the need for paving, we were approved certain positions and certain amount of money to purchase equipment. Before we could even do that, we started renting equipment, as I'd mentioned the last time, and repurposing team members. So the first quarter, of course, our production was lesser. We did about 6 lane miles. That's also when the same team also supports a lot of special events, so there's that. By the second quarter, that went up to almost 10 miles. And by the third quarter, April through June, we've seen 17 miles of paving. So we're on the right track, and we're getting better. We're learning better as well. The operations team works really well with our engineering teams, both on the stormwater side, so they meet before projects to think about pooling and ponding issues and things like that. And then they work with our engineering folks and our Vision Zero engineer to redesign, especially collectors. So for example, right now the team is around the Howard and Swan area, between Swan and Kennedy. We picked that area partly because of pavement condition, but also to match the county's projects on Howard and Armenia. So we get more from a return on investment standpoint. So on Howard, as part of that, we're going to add a bike lane and add significantly more number of parking spaces as a traffic calming strategy, but also we have a very wide right of way. And so the more of it that we use for multimodal assets, the lower we expect speeds to be as well. So that was just one example. We've done all of these neighborhoods that are shown out here, right from Oakford Park. That's where we got started off in Ybor City. Right now, the team, of course, as I mentioned, is at Howard and Oscawana, Courier City. Our next neighborhood is going to be Sulphur Springs. So we will be in the Yukon and 22nd Street area right after we're done with Howard Avenue and the neighborhood east of there. Then we'll come back to Armenia. And the reason we're doing that is, one, to spread the work around everywhere so the benefits go everywhere, but also Armenia will also be redesigned, and the engineering team is working in the meantime. So we're really ramping up the work that we do, and we anticipate our new paver, which the delivery was delayed, unfortunately, to come in within the next 3 weeks. So relative to the last update, that's a significant increase in production with paving quarter on quarter, and I've got maps of all the neighborhoods. So that is for paving and resurfacing. Now let's look at sidewalk repairs. So I'll just put an image out here of a contract that council approved a change order to today. That was the Gilliam Sidewalks contract. This is the grinding machine. It's a very interesting machine. It grinds sidewalk out and then vacuums or sucks up material in the back all at the same time. What we do is we use this contractor to mitigate trip and fall hazards on existing sidewalk. And where we cannot mitigate them because we'd have to grind too much, we use the other contract that you approved today as well. Thank you for that, to replace panels. So through the last quarter, our production with the sidewalk maintenance team, and they've been doing this for about 1.5 years, has been almost 10,000 linear feet of new sidewalk panels on existing sidewalk. That's better walkability, and almost 19,000 linear feet of sidewalk grinding. This basically means better walkability, lesser trip and fall hazards, minimize risk, better access. And these are the neighborhoods that we've worked on in the last quarter. But as I mentioned, our goal a year and a half ago when we started doing this, using parking monies, by the way. So we're using monies generated from vehicles towards walkability and chipping away at it. Our goal was within 4 years to cover the entire city and mitigate 90 to 95% of trip hazards. Forgive the tardy map, but we've gone all the way from Alaska to Patagonia and Tampa. So, oh, sorry, that's right. So these are Atlas pages, of course, or Atlas segments. And as you can see, we've almost completed 50% of the city at this point. And we've done New Tampa, we've done Port Tampa, we've done East Tampa, and we continue to work through this one neighborhood at a time. Our Vision Zero tech team does the same thing with traffic calming and things like that, one neighborhood at a time, because we get a lot more from efficiency and the time that we spend in these neighborhoods in doing that. So I'm really happy to report this because all of these are in-house forces, a lot of creativity on the team's part, and a lot of diligence on the team's part as well. And I'm sure that you're hearing from neighbors that they see paving done all over the city because it is being done all over the city. And we'll continue with that clip. So as you consider the next year's budget for FY25, my appeal would be please continue resourcing mobility, especially for paving and sidewalks. And I know that is your priority as well.
Councilmember Clendenin asked to be recognized first, and Councilmember Hood.
A couple of things. Do you know off the top of your head how many miles of pavement we did in FY23, just for comparison?
I don't have that number on me, but for comparison, we would do about 4 to 5 miles per quarter. So I want to say about 25 miles at best.
Okay, so somewhere between 20 and 25 really for that. So what do you expect the fourth quarter to look like? What you're anticipating based on your work schedule?
So fourth quarter neighborhoods, I have a list.
As far as like linear miles?
Same or more.
Okay.
Same or more.
17 or more.
Yeah,
okay.
Definitely same or more. And the neighborhoods that we're going to next, other than or after Sulphur Springs rather, are Courier City, Oscoana Phase 2, then Main Street, which is a partnership with West Tampa CRA, then Sulphur Springs Phase 2, and then Sunset Park after that.
Okay. And when you've done such a tremendous job with in-housing the asphalt paving, why aren't we bringing in this more sidewalks in-house?
That's a very good question. That's really based on resources.
So what do you need from us? Because obviously it's a proven success. You guys have been exceptional. I mean, everybody's seen the paving around town, and it's because we're doing it ourselves. So how do we expedite this sidewalk by bringing some of this?
So.
Lynn is trying to be a comedian.
Everyone's taking your job today.
Exactly.
The short answer is to build in-house capacity takes a little bit of time. So right now we're focusing on paving. The next is a concrete team that can do sidewalks and do separated bike lanes and can do stormwater facilities, that kind of thing.
So coincidentally, we're looking at an FY25 budget. So what do you need from us to be able to do something like this, at least to start the process of being able to have this capability?
In the first year, we had estimated about $3.5 million for a few additional positions and more equipment to put together a sidewalk team.
Okay, and now since we're talking about this budget, one of the things that, obviously I have not been able to go through it, but one of the things I have noticed is that there's no line item for paving and repaving in the budget. Is that?
So you won't see a line item for paving in the budget. In the transportation budget, there's the CIP budget, and that has various buckets. Some of those buckets read things like Vision Zero improvements, are quick build improvements. Those are all paving projects,
For the
but
people
they're
that are-
also
Yeah, so
designed.
what I'm gonna expect
Yeah.
before we pass that budget is I need things broken out and specific of like, okay, how much are we allocating towards paving, repaving, sidewalks, all these capital improvement projects that relate to mobility? I'd like to see a detailed list to know what I'm actually paying for and whether we need to go steal money from other places to pay for more. So that's what that's why I wanna make sure as a cross-check that we're getting, I think, what the people of Tampa expect now, and now we've definitely exceeded their expectations in '24. I want to make sure we do that and more in '25. So I want to see it broken down as for FY25.
Sure.
And I definitely do, Vic. I really appreciate you being here today to present this presentation, because I think it is important. It's good transparency, and it's also put that flag up the pole to advertise your success. So I mean, it's a great way to tell people that that we're moving in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you. And we're fortunate to have a great team. And this is about the previous item, but the West Riverwalk project was a partnership between Parks and Mobility. And I'd like to highlight two employees specifically, Tony Monk from Parks and Nina Mabilo, she was here earlier, from Mobility, that worked really hard in that project.
And since you're talking about that, and we didn't bring it up in that discussion, but I'm sure as you're working with Parks on the West Riverwalk, we're going to be planting a lot of trees.
Yes.
So I mean, it's a great opportunity we can't miss, because we're always looking for places to plant trees. It seems like it's a great opportunity for us to get some trees in the ground. And Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. And first of all, I just want to say congratulations, because being almost 6 months ahead of schedule for looking at all the sidewalks in the city is really impressive. And I'm very excited that we're going to finish that on target and then be able to start building new sidewalks. I think that's wonderful. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, when you're adding more parking and a bike lane on Howard, I'm hoping that's a protected bike lane by the parking.
So eventually it will be.
Okay.
I think what Tim shared with me is there's a certain material that we're looking for that separates the bike lane, and that may be on back order, or it might take a while. So there may be a buffer initially without protection, but eventually it'll all be protected.
I'm talking about using parking as the
Oh,
protector.
parking protected?
Yeah.
I don't know that, because I'm not sure the parking's contiguous throughout, and
Okay.
and so that might
But
be
in the areas that it is,
Correct.
it would be great if that could be the protected. But really, one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this is I've been getting a bunch of emails about one project bringing back the idea of sidewalks and in lieu fees.
Yes.
So currently, we get $29 a linear foot for sidewalks. You have said that it costs about $162 a linear square foot
Yes.
of sidewalks. So I'm just letting the public know, and then letting the public know that at the end of this, I have already talked to legal staff about this. I'm gonna have asking staff to create a resolution to increase that amount. So talking about getting money from nowhere, it's not getting money from nowhere, it's getting money that we're owed.
There you go.
And so that will really be able to help that sidewalk budget increase. So thank you.
Sure. Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, I remember we tried to do that a few years ago. I don't remember what happened. I know developers pushed back hard, but hopefully we can get it passed this time, because we shouldn't be subsidizing it. I want to echo the congrats to you and your team for bringing the paving in-house and moving a lot faster. It sounds like a great solution. And I hope we can do more with the sidewalks. I want to ask you, because I will get asked, what's the status with New Suburb Beautiful?
That's a really good question, and so we're working on it. We don't have anything concrete to report on at this time, but we do need to meet with the community. We have reached out to them, asked for a meeting so that we can discuss, and there are other options that we're looking at as well. But it really boils down with that community to sit down with them, understand the conflict between the existing trees and the streets themselves, because there aren't any easy answers. In certain cases, the two don't exist easily, and the tree always wins. as
Yeah,
it
and you know,
should.
my preference is to go back to bricking, and I haven't been there in about 3 weeks because we've been gone, but there's still, from all the repair work and things, there were still a lot of potholes and mud and stuff all around that area. So those streets, I think, are the worst I've seen in the city, some of the worst I've seen anywhere, and so I hope we can get them fixed. The last thing is that you talked about the $3.5 million for taking the sidewalks in-house, and, you know, we've all been pushing for sidewalks for years. Please keep us posted about what we can do to support you and what we need to do there. And I just want to say, for the record, that putting sidewalks in front of houses it creates a healthy lifestyle. It promotes mental health. It's free for people to walk around. And if you put a sidewalk, a nicer sidewalk or a sidewalk, it encourages developers to build nicer houses or people to add on to their houses. I mean, so there's potentially a multi-billion-dollar economic impact to creating sidewalks. And my point, being somewhat facetious, is that if we sold sidewalks the way we sold the Riverwalk just now, and if we did the political push to get votes the way we did the Riverwalk just now, we could have a transformative thing. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, right after I got on council, I asked for a citywide sidewalk plan, and still we have huge gaps in sidewalks all over the city. It's got to be a major priority, sidewalks and crosswalks. And there's a lot of marketing rhetoric that goes around it, but the reality is that not much has been done. You're finally making progress on the potholes and repaving roads. Please let us know how we can support you on sidewalks. Thank you.
Hey, let's pour
I'll
the
be
damn,
happy
pour
to
the damn
report.
sidewalks.
Yeah,
Councilmember Henderson.
thank you so much. I am so glad that Councilman Carlson brought up sidewalks. During the campaign, my very first thing that I talked about was sidewalks. In Black communities, we had to beg for sidewalks. When my sister and friends worked for the city of Tampa, they were counting the cracks in the sidewalks on Bayshore Boulevard, and our communities didn't have sidewalks until I came home from college. So when we talk about sidewalks, you're right, we should talk about them just like we are talking about the Riverwalk project. And the first place that we need to start is in disenfranchised communities.
Yes.
Amen.
So
Absolutely.
let's start there first, not Bayshore Beautiful.
Absolutely. And the overall sidewalk need is over $1 billion. It's about half of our moves plan because of the 1,300 miles in gaps. Earlier today, in today's budget presentation, there was the HANA Mobility, $1.8 million that includes sidewalks on 24th Street that were requested by the community, specifically in the area because of access needs. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Bidet.
thank you.
Yes, sir?
No, it's all right. I just, you ready for any more left?
What, new business?
Yeah.
Oh, no, not yet. So 120 we took care of. 121, yes, ma'am, you are here.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, members of City Council. My name's Dana Crosby Collier. I'm an Assistant City Attorney. I'm here today on behalf of your City Council Attorney and the City Attorney's Office to provide an update on item 121 relating to the motion regarding the possibility of prohibiting new formula businesses and restaurants on 7th and 8th Avenue from Nucio Parkway to 22nd Avenue in Ybor City. Over the past few months, in response to the motion, we've researched the possibility of the prohibition on formula restaurants and businesses within a historic district. The research included an exhaustive analysis of the legal challenges to early ordinances of this nature in the state, as well as subsequent ordinances developed in other cities since the early challenges to the ordinance down in the Keys. In summary, we believe it may be possible to draft an ordinance for Ybor, but because of the other regs and other things in the area that control the development and the look of that area in our city, a successful ordinance on this subject matter would be a very, very fine needle to thread. We would have to have additional findings of fact and a good basis for such an ordinance in the findings of fact. So your council attorney and the city attorneys identified potential legal issues by looking back at the case law and other ordinances, and at this point feel that it would be more of an exercise for your planning department to look at potential in building a case for such an ordinance based on the needs of this particular community. So I'll stop there for now and turn it over to Member Carlson.
Yeah, this was an item that I proposed and you all supported. Thank you. The idea here is that there were folks in Ybor who were upset that so many small businesses are going out of business in Ybor, and they're trying to figure out how to save them, protect them. And so in researching what could be done, one possibility is some historic districts in the state and other places have protected small businesses from chains that are coming in. I want to thank the legal department and Mr. Shelby for extensive research on it. I had my own researchers and they did research and we went back and forth, and it was an exhaustive and educational research process. As she said, what we need to do now is take it to the planner. There is no planner because Stephen Benson's gone. And so what I want to do is just make a motion to receive and file, and then with thanks to them for doing all the work. And then when we get a planner, I'd like to talk to that person and come back with another motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, this can't be rocket science. I mean, Anna Maria Island restricts chain, you can't have these.
Yes, and I spoke to the city attorney, Anna Maria Island. I know her from when I was in Orlando.
Is that Becky? Is that her?
Becky Vose.
Yeah.
And we talked at some length about their ordinance and how they developed it. Anna Maria Island, and we frankly discussed this, is quite different from Ybor City. Anna Maria Island is at the end of a road, so when you go to Anna Maria Island, you're moving into an area of the state that is not like Ybor City, which is a part of downtown Tampa. Another thing they did in Anna Maria Island.
People in Ybor would argue with it, part of downtown Tampa.
Well, it's definitely right by two major interstates in the state of Florida, and it's heavily traversed throughout that area, whereas Anna Maria Island is a lot more isolated. Another thing they did in Anna Maria Island is they added this regulation to their regulatory section of the code and not the land development code. So it's a prohibition in the city in their regulatory portion of the code. They also did develop their own findings of fact based on their geography and their positioning in the community. Art Deco District in Miami is a similarly situated historic district. There's a lot of traffic through there. They created an overlay in order to do this. But I talked to the assistant city attorney who had worked on that particular ordinance as well, and he said he said this is a heavy planning process. You want to go to your planners and have them develop the reason why you need these additional regulations in that area.
So why wouldn't we just go the regulatory process?
You'll still need to make a finding of the need.
Finding a fact.
So we already have a historic district, so it's protected. Then it has the design guidelines, so it's further protected. So you would have to have, and I did talk to Stephen about this before he left, and we did talk about different things he would look at as a planner if he were asked to work on such an ordinance. And one of them would be a vision for that community or a vision for that strip that makes it necessary to regulate what type of businesses can actually come in.
And with growth going down, if we're going to look at this, I think it should go down to the Selman connector, because that area is going to all get built out, and it's part of that.
Well, I think you should have an offline conversation with it, because it was really interesting. I brought up the Anna Maria discussion.
We talked about Anna Maria and Miami Beach.
And I think one thing is to make it smaller makes it more defensible. There's a lot of case law from lawsuits that have been filed, which is another whole long conversation. But the bottom line now is we need to go to planning, but whoever becomes the new planner, I want to have a conversation with them first. You all have conversations, and then if you come up with a better idea, bring it up in.
No, I don't have it, but I just want to fight for it because I fully support this. I think it's part of what's going to retain the historic nature of Ybor City, and if we don't protect it, you know what it'll turn into International Drive in Orlando. It's like last thing we want, It's like
with Sizzler,
Yeah,
Ponderosa Steakhouse, all the restaurants that are going from here are all there. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, and although my name is on the motion, I want to say thank you to Ms. Crosby Collier for her hard work, her diligence, and her legal expertise in bringing this forward. So I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you, it's my pleasure.
Thank you. I do think, though, that in a way, I don't think it'll ever become International Drive, because I believe all of those properties are owned by locals. And I think that they get to decide who goes in there. So I think that we talk to those property owners before we can do this and just, see what their vision is, because it seems like they are more interested in keeping a small nature from what I understand.
I don't know, some of those property owners, look what they've got, look who they've rented to.
That's true.
We're having
But-
to deal with the consequences of some of that.
But they're also looking to change some of that.
Right,
They're,
yeah.
they're the same people who want to
Yeah.
make it more family friendly. So I think by doing both will help for sure. But I don't ever see it becoming iDrive.
We have a motion to receive and file from Councilmember Carlson with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next is item number 122. No staff needed, but Councilmember Vieira, this was your motion for the 50,000?
Yes, I'm gonna be making a motion on that at the end of, business. So it appears, and Mr. Shelby, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we actually have the funds existing for that, correct?
They are now for certain, and you received a memo from Mike Perry, the budget officer, who states that you are not only covered for FY '24, but assuming you approve the budget, it's contained in FY '25 as well.
And that's wonderful news. So with that,
Thank you, and I want to say thank you to him for being able to do that in this manner. Thank you.
Absolutely. And speaking of thanks, I again wanted to thank you, Mr. Shelby, for this. You've taken up a lot of time, and I appreciate that. I do. And Brandon Jordan Lazo, my wonderful legislative aide, who has taken up a lot of time on this as well. But Mr. Chair, may I make a motion on this because it's connected to this issue?
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I motion to set the Racial Reconciliation Committee contract to come before Tampa City Council on August 1st agenda. With this, Council, and the delay has been for the facilitator, which I don't put that as a bad thing because it's good to have a paid facilitator. I think it's going to improve the process, and that was something that Council wisely suggested. With this, we should get the ball rolling by September on this, I think, and that's good.
Motion from Councilmember Vieira, do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Item
Council.
number 123 was already taken care of because it was a continuance. Everything was? It's time to go to new business. Councilmember Miranda.
Get a public hearing for the budget first reading for September the 3rd of 24 this year. What is it? Was that a day meeting, the first one? I know the second one was a night meeting. Both night meetings?
Yeah.
All right, but they told me at the 3rd of September is a Tuesday, I believe. All right, and that's number one, so we got to vote on that one first.
All right, motion from Councilmember Miranda to set that public hearing, second from Councilmember Vieira, all in favor?
Aye. And that'll
Any
be at
opposed?
what hour? I know it's 5:01, but okay, 5:01. And on the second public hearing for September 17th, 2024, at Tuesday at 5:01.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything
That's
else?
it, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Vieira.
Yes, sir. I have a few, I know, right? I've been going
Saving them up
easy.
on
I know,
vacation.
right? Going easy on folks. The first one is, you all saw my comments on the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. It appears that presently, to be a member of this board, you must be a city resident, and I think that's far too restrictive. So therefore, I motion to modify the resolution regarding the Budget Advisory Committee to include that committee residents strike that, committee members be residents of the city, business or property owners in the city, former city employees, or named Joe Greco. I'm joking. But yes, a little humor there. I know, right? But so that's my motion. And again, I think that makes sense.
We have a motion. Do we have a second for discussion?
I'll second it for discussion.
Second, Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Hurtak.
Yeah, I can't support that. I mean, you can own a business, but you really still ought to live here. I mean, every single city board requires you to live here. I can't, I'm sure, I know he's a great guy, but we can't start down that road, because once we start down that road, every other committee is gonna be the same way, and we can't
Appreciate your
have
thoughts.
just businesses, and people can live in Hillsborough County. I'm very concerned about that.
Councilmember Carlson.
I agree. If there's a way, because of his long history with the city, if there was a way to make a one-person exception, I could vote for that, but I don't want to change the rules, because I think they need to be residents of the city.
Would you be open to
Oh, yeah.
amending it to allow Joe Greco to be on there. We know waive
Yeah,
the
I mean,
rules
that's all I
for
want.
the sake of the appointment.
You know, Mr. Shelby, can we do that?
Can he just bring his boat into the bay and?
I know, right? You know, and again, I appreciate that everybody does want Joe Greco on there because Joe's gonna do it.
One of the
The
greatest
legend-
firefighters of all time.
The legend of Joe
President.
Greco,
Former president of the Fire
Wait till you meet.
Mr. Shelby.
If city council wishes to waive the resolution, it's council's committee, it's council's resolution, rather than expand it, if there's a concern about it, if you wish to make a specific exception, we can craft the resolution that reflects that, if that's council's pleasure.
I didn't know
Okay,
that.
Wait, Councilmember Clinton.
Yeah, I would speak in opposition to that, and you know, I feel about the residence requirements for staff, and this is a citizen advisory board. I mean, it's about being a citizen of the city of Tampa, and I understand that, but, I mean, okay, if he moved to New York, would he still be eligible? I mean, it's a citizen advisory board, it's a budget committee, it's one of the more important boards that we have. He's a great guy, everybody loves him, but, you know, even waiving that rule seems a little high schoolish to me. I mean, we have a rule, it's a rule, and just because you like somebody, he's part of the cool kid club, doesn't necessarily mean he gets our vote, you know?
May I make,
Mr. Shelby.
may I make a disclosure for the benefit of city council, that through this process, it's come to my attention that perhaps in the past, there wasn't really a background check to ensure that all members are residents of the city. That prohibition could actually affect perhaps, and I have not personally verified it, other sitting members of that committee who may not in fact be city residents because they were not aware of that provision within the
Well, we probably need to look at that.
Yeah.
You know, we probably need to look at that. It's just, again, I mean, I just hate this, I hate making a rule because somebody is well-liked, and then, you know, it's just,
Whenever he's finished.
yeah, I'm done.
And if I may.
Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you very much. And it's not because Joe Greco I like a lot of people, it's because we need somebody like Joe Greco on there, who's the former president of Tampa Firefighters, who's gonna bring a very, very unique perspective. Joe Greco bleeds red and blue for police and for fire. And again, I will make a motion for that. If it's rejected, then I'll go and get somebody else, right? And that's fine.
So what is your motion, just for clarity?
So let's first start, if I may, my first motion would be motion to amend the Citizens Budget Advisory Board qualifications to include someone who, number one, is a city resident, number two, someone who owns property within the city of Tampa, and number three, somebody who has been a city of Tampa employee during the last 10 years.
Either or, like one of the three.
I'm sorry,
Either or.
yes, sir.
Either
Yep.
or.
So it could be one of those three. And by the way, again, to address folks' concerns, each one of these play a unique role in a Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. You can have, number one, somebody who is a specific resident of the city of Tampa. We all agree to that. Number two, somebody who owns property in the city of Tampa and therefore pays taxes. They may live in Brandon, wherever it may be, but they pay taxes. Number three, somebody who is a former employee over the last 10 years, so therefore they've been a part of the city of Tampa as an employee. All of them have sufficient connections with the city of Tampa so as to justify involvement in the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. And again, that also gives up the issue of having to look backwards, which we have a lot of great people on that board, and all of them deserve to be there because they all work very hard. So that's my first motion.
I can support that second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Henderson. Roll call vote.
Miranda. Carlson. Hurtak.
No.
Clendenin.
No.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson, Hurtak, and Clendenin voting no.
But if you're on city council, you should live in your district. Why?
Why?
I mean, yeah.
What
like,
if I
why?
disown
I know good
It's
people
only
in New
4
York.
of us.
And with that, if I may, Mr.
ahead.
Shelby,
Citywide.
we have the Greco issue coming back to us August 1st, correct?
Yes, would you like the resol that makes that amendment to come back on
If I
August
may,
1st as
I'll
well?
make that motion.
That'll be fine.
Anything else, sir?
If there's
Oh, yes.
if there's a second.
So I have to motion now for a resolution that takes into consideration this vote that just happened?
Oh, did you already, that's correct, because
I
you
thought
already put
you
back.
already made the motion to continue it this morning.
I'm sorry.
You
Long
put,
day,
you
guys.
put Mr.
This is
Greco's
item number
resolution
Yeah.
I think 3 or
for August 1st. You made the motion to amend the resolution. I now have to bring back a resolution. Would you like it to return the same day as Mr. Greco's?
If I may, that's my
So that would be
motion.
another motion.
Yes, sir.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
So wait, let me back up here. So you're wanting the resolution to come back on August 1st for the first motion you made to amend the resolution?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Just making sure.
And by the way, again, I don't take this, and I don't think anybody takes this as a vote against Joe Greco to the extent y'all don't know Joe Greco. Get to know him. He's the greatest guy around. I love him to death. But again, it's a matter of rules, and that's 100% well taken. Next is,
Well, we didn't finish.
I'm sorry.
The, first.
We have, Councilmember Hurtak was a no. Were there any more no's? Councilman Carlson?
No, I voted yes.
You want
Okay,
me to do a roll call vote?
let's do a roll call vote.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
No.
Clendenin?
No.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda? And Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak and Clendenin voting no.
Councilmember Vieira.
Yes, a couple of other quick ones. So for the Public Safety Master Plan, I had a good talk with Chief Tripp. If y'all remember, there was one in 2022, I think it was, and there was some controversy with that because it never came before City Council because it was under $100,000. And in speaking with Chief Tripp, she wanted some more, I forgot the specificity, but there were some issues that she wanted to work through before another consultant takes a look at the numbers again. So she's the fire chief. I'm not. I know nothing about fire, right? So compared to her, obviously. And so I was agreeable to that. So I got Chief Tripp to agree that when she is to report on March 27th of 2005 for the Public Safety Master Plan, 25, I'm sorry, again, sorry, update, that she will give us the name of a consultant that she has retained as part of her presentation. So with that, I wanted to motion for that as a motion to amend the March 27, 2025 presentation by Tampa Fire Rescue to also include the name of the consultant retained for the continuation of the report.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And next, I was also asked by the union to do a motion consistent with that to request that Tampa Fire Rescue work with Local 754 on receiving documents that they need to review public safety data for the March 2025. I'm not going to have this. Yes, I'm not going to have this come back to Tampa City Council. It's just a request that Tampa Fire Rescue work with the union to get the documents that they need so that they can see the data and also in preparation for March.
We have
And
motion.
again, not going to come back.
Motion from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second?
Is there specific about what documents they're looking
All public records with number of calls in specific areas, data, workload numbers, et cetera.
Who
So
would they get those from?
TFR,
Yeah, they have everything in the
What's
database.
Tampa Fire Rescue.
Okay, let's see, which is Chief Tripp.
Yes, ma'am.
Why
Yep.
would she not give that to them?
I don't know.
I
I'm
mean,
just.
for you to make a motion, I'm just asking.
I'm just doing it to have the support of council as reaching a balance. If you're reading between the lines, we're moving this report back 6 months, and I'm trying to do something for the parties. That's it.
For both parties.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else,
Thank you.
sir?
And this will actually save time. I move that the following staff reports on August 1st be simply written reports so that we don't tax council's time further. Number 1, Code of Conduct addition to Chapter 26.5. Number 2, the update on the Hive disability-friendly housing. I don't think those issues are going to be controversial, and so therefore I move to have them as staff reports only.
That's written report.
Yes, I'm sorry. Written. Thanks.
We have a
I know.
motion from Councilman Vieira. We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
Then last, if I may, I want to do a motion for Sulphur Springs for a memo from the administration to come back to us on September 5th for the specific investments that this budget is making in Sulphur Springs. We know about the pool and the camp, et cetera, but just so that we have that unified, and it can be, again, staff or written report, no staff report, that's it.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. We have a second from Second?
I can second.
Second from Councilmember Henderson, all in favor?
Sure.
Aye. Yes, ma'am.
If you want that before the budget, we're already gonna have voted on the budget by then.
Isn't
Because
it-
we vote, September 3rd for the first.
Well
So
taken.
if you want that, I
Well
might
taken.
recommend that you ask for it during the operating budget, meeting, which is going to be August 19th.
So upon the very wise request of Councilwoman Hurtak, I'll move that to August 19th, a request to have that presented to us. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Councilmember Vieira's motion has been amended to August 19th with a second, with Mr. Shelby's hand up.
Yes, thank you. Just to confirm that, that is a special call budget workshop, so you want that to show on the agenda as part of the special call?
No, thank you for that. They can email it to us before that.
In writing.
Email in writing in advance of the
Yes.
August 19th
Yeah,
budget
again,
workshop.
just looking to save time, et cetera.
Thank you. Thank you
And
very
so
much for
that's
that
it.
clarification.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed, anything else?
And I did want to remind, by the way, Councilwoman Hurtak and Councilman Clendenin, it's been a year for Merciful, the dogs, in case if y'all wanted to ask for a couple $1,000s for those folks. That's all, to the two biggest dog lovers here. That's all I'm saying.
I'm scared of dogs.
I like dogs. I don't have them. Yes, ma'am. Do you have any new business?
I would just like to say happy belated birthday
Thank you so much.
to the chair.
Thank you so much. It's great to be 40.
Happy 40th birthday to the chair.
Thank you. I need a haircut.
The king of nice.
Yeah. Well, today was a very nice meeting. Yep, Brad. I have gray in the beard. Any new business? Nope. Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. This goes back to the motion that I withdrew today, talking about real estate with liens and things like that. So I motion for the real estate and housing departments to provide a written report on January 16th, 2025 regarding certain properties that have been identified in order to determine whether they are eligible and appropriate for foreclosure and considered for redevelopment as affordable housing. This is their language.
From the ones that were presented by Bobby Cretan today?
No, just from anywhere.
Any place,
Yeah.
all over the city.
We have a motion and a second. The second was from Councilmember Clendenin. Yes,
I
ma'am?
have a question.
Oh.
What kind of information would they be providing us with? I mean, because staff has to do the work, so
Yeah.
I'm wondering if
It's-
January is long enough.
Well, yeah, oh no,
Because you said every
this is
property.
literally, no, this was literally written by them and
Okay.
chose, the date chosen by them.
Okay,
So,
that
yes.
is very helpful.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
try to talk to people in advance, so
Yeah, okay,
that was
thank
by
you.
their
I
recommendation.
appreciate it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Clendenin was the second.
Oh,
Wait.
Okay, to go back then to the sidewalk information and the fact that we could get so much more, I motion for city staff to create a resolution to adjust the sidewalk in lieu fee to reflect the actual cost of building sidewalks and to bring it back to city council on August 22nd, 2024, and I have also talked to them about that.
I think that's great. Mr. Shelby.
I have a question, and maybe you have a better recollection that I don't. Does chapter 27 actually state what the fee is as an ordinance? Is it in the code?
I don't know, but but we did check. Ms. Gregory told me that it's simply done by resolution. That's all we have to do. It's
Okay.
just make a resolution. So we'll, I have a meeting with them next week to kind of talk a little bit more about it, but yes.
We have a motion and a second, and I will say that several years ago, under Mayor Buckhorn, I requested for sidewalks on a specific street. And the neighborhood said they didn't want it in the end, long story. But it was $100,000. Today, it would probably be $400,000 to $500,000 for those same sidewalks. So when we talk about the fee, it's unbelievable how much sidewalks cost. Because it was something so simple, which is now the price of a house. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Yes, ma'am.
And the last thing, today, item number 57 was the approved audit work plan, and if you all saw what the different audits were, I'm going to ask, and we as city council are allowed to ask for additional audits. We have 30 days from this time to do so, and we just have to get a majority approval. And I would actually really love to get both an audit of the sidewalk funds and the tree funds in the city. Those are things that we've had a lot of questions about. And so as we're talking about all this money we're putting towards trees and sidewalks, I thought it would be great if we got an audit this year to look at that.
Good idea. We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilman Vieira, and discussion. Yes, sir.
Is it something that we should, because I know everybody's gonna be busy with the budget stuff, is it something we should wait till after the budget?
No, because we only have 30 days
Okay.
from today.
Yeah, we
Okay,
have
oh,
a
from
time.
today,
Yeah,
okay.
from today to
Okay,
ask
yeah, I
for
mean,
it to be
I
added.
think it's well taken, I mean, I agree, in fact, it's probably way, several years overdue, so, yeah, I support the idea, I just don't wanna overburden staff, but I get it.
Oh, no, I mean, they don't have to do the audit in 30 days. It just has to be added to the
Add to
audit
it.
plan.
Got it.
For the
Got it.
year.
Got it.
And if anyone else has any other ideas for audits, if you want to look at the list, it's in the on base.
57.
But it's item number 57. It's interesting to see what we audit every year, and those were just a couple of the ones that came to mind. I had more, but I thought, I'll only do 2 this year.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Did
you hear that, Vera?
For our softball, our sports programs at Parks and Rec. I don't think so.
I don't know. All in favor?
You've got 30 days.
Aye.
I have 30 days.
Any opposed? Yeah, if you want to make a motion on something specific, with it, as long as it's in the 30 days.
No, that's very good.
So August 1st still
I
puts
love
us in the
learning
30
stuff.
days. All right, anything else, ma'am?
Nope, that'll do.
Councilmember Carls.
Since we can't talk outside this room, on the sidewalk thing, 2 things. One is, if I recall, we can only charge the actual cost, but one of the things that I had suggested last time is that we include the overhead costs related to it. And I don't know if that high cost is built in or not. Last time, I think we were talking about the difference between the 29 and 75. And we had extensive conversations on this like 3 years ago. So the second thing I recommend is find out from somebody what happened, why it didn't go through, and maybe even look at the videos, because I expect that the builders and a bunch of people will show up and start lobbying us.
And I don't disagree with you, but I also think 2021 and 2024 are very different. A, we
Yeah.
have different councils, and B, we have a totally different need in our community. So
And-
I do appreciate that, and I absolutely will be looking
But just so you
at
can
the
have success,
history.
because I was in favor of it last time. The other thing is that you all know I've said that from time to time I pull public records. The chief of staff has said, well, just let us know and we'll pull them. I believe in doing it in a very transparent way, and so I go into GovQA and I use my Tampa City Council email address, so it's all a public record that I'm pulling public records. I just got some results of some of them, but one of them that I pulled in advance of the vote for ShotSpotter, I pulled correspondence-related ShotSpotter. While we were on vacation, they wrote back and said that they need $425 to do that. I could either ask for a vote of council to ask for it, or we have this expense account for city council, and so I would just make a motion to ask that $425 of my city council expense fund be applied to the public records request.
I don't recommend you do that.
Let
me rephrase that.
That's what I've done.
I recommend that you don't do that.
That's what I've done in the past.
Well, the thing is that, first of all, your budget is limited. And number 2 is you are the Tampa City Council. And if you request information from staff, I believe that they...
Yeah, I think it's absurd that city council is getting charged. So,
if you as an individual council member, and forgive me for interrupting, but if you individual council member makes a request individually that takes staff time and costs staff money, they will tell you what is the cost, and if 7 of you do that on a regular basis, that adds up to a lot of money if they do it individually. If you do it as an official action of this board, requesting the information, just as you requested the information previously in a previous motion, I believe it's incumbent upon them to either respond or to tell you why they cannot. You not being the council member who made the motion, but this entire board at a public meeting. So my suggestion is, if it's a question of $400 of resources in order to inform this city council, if the city council wishes to put its name to your request, then I think it should be in the form of a motion.
Yeah, what are you searching for ShotSpotter? Because I'm the person that made the motion for reconsideration. So what is it that you're looking for?
I asked for all
Council?
correspondence. I don't remember the exact request, but all correspondence during like a 30 or 60 day period related to ShotSpotter.
Is it
Yeah, of course.
There's a lot of problems with that thing, and usually when I make a public records request, I say excluding city council, because I don't want to break sunshine. In this case, I don't know if I did it or not, but what I'm looking for is what the vendor was saying back and forth to administration. And it's interesting, I could show you the other public records requests that I've gotten. It's interesting, the stuff that you find. And as you know, I'm against that project, but I'd like to see the information. I'd like to see what the correspondence was. So I make a motion to ask city council to support the request to just gain information on correspondence regarding ShotSpotter without charging the fee of $425.
You paid for all the rest of your correspondence before. That's what you told me. I mean, why do you need to? I don't understand. You fine with it? I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
No, I paid the other ones. There was one that was like $3,000 a year or two ago.
Yeah, that's what you told me.
And
That's
and
crazy.
I asked for city council to approve using my fund.
Councilmember Vieira.
Yes, so Councilman Carlson, your request is for any and all correspondence from the city of Tampa and the ShotSpotter company over the last 60 days.
Yeah, there's some limits I put. I don't remember the exact thing, but just I would ask you all to support the.
Yeah,
the,
I mean,
it's not asking for anything other than the correspondence.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, again, I'm fine with that because, you know, I voted for it, and if there's something that I want to know about it for next year, then we want to have transparency, and sunshine is the best disinfectant. What my only worry is that if something costs $400, I want to make sure the staff is, two things. I want to make sure the staff is given a sufficient amount of time, because that is a red flag that it's apparently a lot of work. And number two, I'd rather it just be a request from council and it not come back to us, right? Unless if you feel the need to. I'm glad to vote yes.
If you all want to see the results of it, I can get Marty to distribute it.
Wait, first of all, it's two things. Number one, it's to something that council's already voted on. Number two, it's a public record at this point.
Yeah.
So irrespective, there's no sunshine law if it's equally distributed all at the same time.
Let me just ask you a question.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Hurtak.
So are you saying that there's an opportunity, if there's a motion to reconsideration, you would share this information so that someone could make a motion to reconsider it again for it to go in the opposite direction?
I think it's too late.
That's what you're looking to do? You can't do it twice?
No.
Yes, already been reconsidered. I'm just asking a question.
It's
Thank
a
you.
fair question. It's a good question.
Okay, he just wants the information.
Councilmember Hurtak.
And I would caution council to consider the cost, because today, just the request we've made and the time that they've spent on just the budget alone is, I mean, to quantify that would be millions of dollars. So every time we ask staff for something, we can't think about the quantification because we are city. We are all trying to work together to get things done. So I think it's different when it's just a member of the public, but I don't see that cost should be a burden to us, because our burden is to the taxpayers.
Yeah, I don't like paying for parking at events, so I understand.
I talked to John Bennett about that.
Councilmember
$35.
Again, I talked to John Bennett about that. He's supposed to be fixing that. John, if you're listening to it, remember you have the IOU for me. Legal question. And because, I support the intent of this, but I have a question. I know by charter we can have command performances by department heads to appear before council to report to us. What are we legally entitled to for information like this for city council?
You're entitled to ask for anything you want that is related to the transaction of city business.
Anything?
And your charter, the only thing that your charter actually references is the power of investigation, section 2.14. And your specific direction under the charter says this: in the exercise of its legislative powers, the council or any special committee thereof shall have the power to conduct such investigations and hold such hearings as the council shall deem necessary, expedient, and proper, and shall have the power to compel the attendance of witnesses and the production of evidence by the issuance of all forms of subpoena. That's a legal question we'll have to deal with the legal department about. And shall have the power to punish for contempt by a fine of not exceeding $100, and each day any such contempt shall be deemed a separate offense. We're not going to get into the legality of that, but I will state this. When the charter review commission met, this provision was not discussed or touched, so it's still on the books.
Interesting. So it sounds by that it would be well within a council person's job to make a motion for council to request this information and compel the administration to provide it. Is that?
Yes, and any document that is created in the transaction of city business and is made for the purpose of either formalizing, communicating, or what's the third one? Memorializing knowledge, memorializing, communicate, and distributing. Then it becomes a public record,
Right.
subject to disclosure for whatever period of time the law requires.
For the purpose for our investigation or whatever, however we
Yes,
deem
and
that.
I will say that, and Councilmember Carlson has talked about this, and it really hasn't come back to council. But public records requests come into the city amazingly often. And the city clerk has ramped up to have a whole department and people to do it.
Right.
Those reports used to be generated and distributed to city council. So you would see what the public is asking for. That, with this new system and this new process, has become somewhat opaque to city council members to be able to view this. And I've been working, and forgive me, but I have not come back to look at this with Carl Brody in the legal department, but to make that transparent and available to council, and whether we have to give you accounts to be able to look it up online or reports generated.
I believe we had this conversation with staff, and Andrea was here, and she had asked basically for time because they'd been hiring, they had had a loss of staff. So I mean, thank you for reminding us, because I think that should actually come back. And by the way, if you're listening, yes. Okay, so we're probably ready to have those monthly reports again. I would encourage Councilman Carlson to put this in form of a motion, and let's vote on it.
Yeah,
You did. Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you. My second thing was, I made a motion. I think I made a motion. Sorry, I've got jet lag, but from going to see.
President Biden. That was like 15 days ago.
That was yesterday. That was yesterday. I made a motion to have these lists of the public records come back to us, because they used to give them to us and they stopped. And then anyway, we voted to ask them to start giving them to us again, but they haven't started yet. And so in the meantime, I've been pulling public records on it, and I've been getting those reports. And the latest one I got was January through June.
Can you share it?
Yeah, and so I sent it to Marty last night. It's in the form of an Excel spreadsheet. Marty can forward it to you because it is a public record. And I'm not sharing it, but that exists. There's nothing that anybody has to hide in there. It's just what the public records requests are. But the motion we had made was that they should provide it to us once a month. It is informative just to look at what people are asking about. And so I'm not making a motion on that because we had already made a motion. But if you'd like to see that the list of the first 6 months of this year, Marty has it. The last thing is I just want to say congratulations to Mayor Welch and the City Council and St. Pete for their vote today to save the race.
Let me know how that works out for you.
You got him.
How about that parking over there, Charlie?
Who wants to do a wager on when they sell that team?
Motion to receive that.
Yep, yeah, I give it 6 months.
We have a motion to receive and file from Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? We are adjourned.
Darlene, let's go.